Engineering College and Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Bangalore. So his research interests include software engineering, mobile databases, and e-learning. He is also actively involved in professional bodies such as ESI, IEEE, ACM, and IEEE, contributing significantly to the academic and research community. We are delighted to have him with us today. I now invite Professor Salman Abdul to begin the session. Over to you.
Just checking. Is the correction there?
Yes.
Yeah. Am I audible? Okay. Good morning. Sorry for being late. So I was stuck in a very interesting traffic where there was a petrol pump and they have jammed the entire road for half an hour. So I was thinking that when I came here, I will ask you a question, whether AI can help me in solving this problem. So you're doing a session on artificial intelligence. Okay. So I have made various names for this artificial intelligence. Okay. I still say AI, but I do not say artificial intelligence. I say actual intelligence. Unless and until you have actual intelligence, there is no artificial intelligence. We also say augmented intelligence. Okay. And today's session is very interesting because it was given as a topic. Frankly speaking, I don't like that topic. Okay. Because it is going to ruin most of us, including the future generation. But since the task is given to me, I have to do that session. Some of you will really enjoy that. Okay. And you have to do a lot of practice onto that, which I will not be doing, but I will be giving you some pointers. Okay. One link is there. I'll share it to you. That is sufficient for you. Okay. So, yeah. Thank you. Vibe coding. That side. That's fine. I think you heard about this word vibe coding. The thing is, the moment this topic came to our school, my dean wrote to me that you have to take this topic. Because we used to work on something called LCNC, our group. LC stands for low code, NC stands for no code. So we used to work on LCNC well before AI. Well before AI. Because see my lab logo is there. I had the software engineering research at our university, okay, which people usually do not want to come and join our group because of its complexity in research. Okay. So we used to work on LCNC, low code, no code platforms, where we were not using AI. Yet we used to work on LCNC. But we were used to assess the quality without code. No, what will be the quality? Okay, so now over an age we got this concept called vibe coding. Okay, first we'll do some of the theory for that so that you get to know what is all this about. Okay, I think you might be trying it because just now before coming, I asked our colleagues, who are you people? So I think you might be already doing this. Then again, if you see, I asked this AI, I use certain LLMs for something or other. Okay, where I'll also discuss with you because we are peer interaction. Don't feel I'm a teacher for you teaching today. Okay, so I asked this Copilot. I use mostly Copilot because I have a license for that. Because I have a Microsoft license account. I have Microsoft Office which is licensed. So Microsoft gave me a free account for this. So that's the reason I use the Copilot. So I asked Copilot, yes, I am going to give a talk on vibe coding. Generate me a good image for the participants. It generated this. Future of app development with AI. Okay, just to see that. From prompts to products. Okay, no more coding. I give a prompt, it gives me a code. I test that code, I'll deploy it. Okay. So this, I think in 2016 itself, I think I did a class, which of course still I teach. Maybe again, I have a class, maybe tomorrow, software engineering class for all masters guys. I did this probably for this batch, I did it two weeks back. 3 hours I did a class. I did the analysis, I did the design. I generated the code. Then I said, are you still needed? And I went away. I closed my session. I said, are you still needed? And on that day, I told them that I didn't apply AI. We'll come in the next class and we'll apply AI. So let me tell you, I did not do vibe coding for them till date. I'm still in non-AI age, but still I'm telling that the code was generated. Now, recently what I did is, the code blueprint was generated, not exact code. So in front of them in the last session, I opened it. I said this method has to be written, which takes this input and gives this particular output. It generated, I said copy it and run it. There are some issues, we'll discuss about it, but this is what a concept is, from prompts to products. Today's age is not computer science engineering, but it's a prompt engineering. But the thing is, we are very bad. We Indians are very bad in writing prompts. Please understand that. It is not that easy also. You should be real perfect in prompts. So I'll open up because you are peers. Let me tell you. The school have asked me that urgently you have to prepare a course material on a course structure on software project management. I took some universities and all. I didn't like it. Because if something is good, I can copy it as well. I didn't like it. Then I got a very good, very latest project management professionals book of knowledge. BOK, body of knowledge. So I got a free 2025 document, very huge book. I downloaded it. Right? Now I gave it to my Copilot. I'm forgetting the tagline of it. My companion. Copilot says it's my companion. So I gave it to my companion, boss, take this book and generate me a course structure covering all topics in this book in 5 modules. Perfectly, I gave the prompt. Generated. It was very huge. I said, boss, this is very huge here. Can you precise it in very interesting, some 4-5 topics, yet covering everything, but prescribing the same book? Generated. I checked it. I did not trust everything. I modified few things. Then I said, here, as per Bloom's taxonomy, I have to write a course outcomes for this. Please write course outcomes for this course. Oh my goodness, I was shocked. It wrote some 20 course outcomes. And here I don't need this 20 course outcome. You have to make only 5 course outcomes. For every unit, 1 course outcome, I gave another prompt. It generated. I didn't like that. I said, referring to the Bloom's advanced taxonomy, please refine my course outcomes. Refine. I was happy. Okay, I just put it. Kept. Board went through it. But to make board confused, this AI uses certain symbols which we identified very easily. I removed all those symbols. I did modify 1 or 2 course outcomes. I identified some more references books. And I'm happy to say that the board approved it. That's what about AI. But I did something different there. I did not trust that document. I reviewed that particular document. I said probably it was to be for undergraduate. I thought whether these course outcomes are satisfying the UG program. PG program course outcomes will be different. Because for UG, we'll go for level 1, 2, 3, 4 maximum. Will not go to 5 or 6. If it was a PG program, then of course I have to modify my course outcome. So recently what I did is, I wrote again a prompt and asked that, I want to do a case study for the postgraduate students. Can you generate something out of it? Recently I told my students, they are very much worried when my examination comes. So what I do is, what is the syllabus? We being autonomous institution, there is no syllabus actually. So what I do is, every day I write what I have completed. I'll just display that. From here to here is your syllabus. I gave them a task recently before my examination. Hey, you people are so worried, right? Give this syllabus to any LLM and ask the questions. What questions could be asked? And I said, if you are so smart, you ask what questions Professor Salman, who works in University of Hyderabad, will ask. I think you are understanding. I'm just talking about, all my discussion is on prompt engineering. So you start thinking about it. You really start thinking about it. Now these people have, I do not know from where they have, read my profile. Do you need my profile today? Earlier people used to have, somebody called me, you have a talk, we want your profile. I said, is it still needed? Go to any LLM and ask. You can ask, we don't, you just see my name is there at the first line. You ask, we want to like to know about Salman Abdul Moiz, who works for University of Hyderabad. It gives very good introduction. Okay, but again, if something bad is given, we will discuss on that. Okay. Fine, that is what codeless. Create more. So vibe coding is an emerging AI-driven development paradigm. Helps to describe your intent in natural language. Most importantly. What you want, you describe in your own language. And for some people to be very much, you may be surprised. In the Golden Jubilee talk, I was called by Urdu department to give a talk on role of artificial intelligence development of Urdu language. Let me tell you, in that workshop, I gave my intent in Urdu. It still worked. On that day, I was just trying. Okay. I cannot type, my keyboard is not Urdu. So I went to translate.google.com, I typed it, copied that Urdu content, gave to LLM, it gave right responses. The entire hall was surprised. I said, I do not know. You people are from the domain. Tell me whether it is correct. That's what it is. You give your intent in the natural language. What AI does? AI then generates the codes. You should not stop there. Don't trust that code. That is what is the takeaway from this entire discussion. You need to refine that code. You need to debug that code for you. This is what is required. Don't trust that code. Because our group is working, some 3 projects are on this particular thing which is going on, because you are from computer science. If you want to see the results, you can visit our lab. Okay, there is one group which works on code which is generated through LLM. What is its quality? Okay, defects. One group works on code which is generated through this, again, these LLMs. Not only LLMs, they are very code specific LLMs also. Our group uses that also. They are checking whether this code, even if it is correct, tomorrow whether it is modifiable, maintainable or not. Because we are very much, our group is well known for one topic. We work on smells. You might have heard about a word called smells. So we work on code smells and design smells. People enter our group and says that it's still smelling. It's stinking. They use these words. So we work on that also. Recently, one of our group started working on, they want to publish that paper also. They went up to an extent where the code which is generated from multiple languages together and still want to work on the defects of it. So good, they are working on that. So you are shifting from syntax heavy programming to prompt driven workflows. Okay, syntax, remembering, copying, butifying it, I do not know. Right. Making application faster and more accessible. Since you are all from computer science, we used to use a word called rapid application development. You might have heard about it. Agile was using rapid application. Now we are super rapid application development or very fast rapid application development with these things. Okay, but of course there are riders which I'll discuss with you later. Building software by simply describing what you want in plain English rather than writing the traditional code. Okay, we'll take some examples. But most important thing is your expressing your idea correctly. That's what I gave some examples. AI generates code, keep prompting for changes. I gave an example, right? With respect to that software project management, I kept prompting for changes. That is required. Until you are, this you remember. You can still use it. Okay. But still remember, you have to keep on prompting. Don't trust the first output what you get it. And do you know who wrote this content? It's AI which has written, not my content. 1 or 2 lines here and there I modified it. Okay. So I have to give those references. Otherwise, ethically, I'm wrong. Don't say these are my slides. But I did not use, to your surprise, I did not use one LLM. I used multiple LLMs. Because I did not get a very good content only from Copilot. Okay. I can tell, take my template and generate a PPT for to generate for me. Okay. That's good. So a prompt-driven development style where natural language replaces the manual coding. That is what we are doing it. Goal. What is the goal? Build apps by describing what you want. AI handles the code. But if everything is generated by AI, what will I do? Since computer science guys are there, will it help us? Yes, maybe it will work today. And tomorrow we cannot modify it. Because we have not written that particular code. Because you know very well, like people copy it. So these are nothing but copying. But every copy will not work because you cannot know any changes to be done and so forth. Why it matters? Speed up development, lowers the entry barriers, foster creativity. Specifically, probably I have seen some of the startups today. They do extensive use of AI. They're developing products within no time. Again, I'll tell you, I'll not tell the name of the university. I went to a university for conducting a PhD viva. So there I got one faculty. And this is about 2-3 years back. The faculty said, sir, I had a research project and I have called for research fellows. I advertised so many times, nobody came. Then what I did, sir, I wrote my steps very correctly for solving my research problem, gave it to ChatGPT. It gave me entire everything along with the circuit diagram. I implemented within no time. I said, you have fooled the research agencies. You have fooled the research agencies. But at that time, they were not able to code, but now it's very easy to go for it. But still, vibe coding is very much good if you want to do faster innovation. You are my competitor. I got an idea. I cannot, just spend on, manual coding. I want to just get a product before you. You have to do it. Okay, that can be done. There are 2 approaches to vibe coding. One is said to be pure vibe coding. Okay. In its most exploratory form, a user might fully trust the AI's output to work as intended. That is said to be, I just trust it, whatever I get it. So this is a person who coined this word last year. Okay, good that this topic came very fast to you. Okay, Andhra is 2025. Okay, he coined this word called vibe coding. He says forgetting that code even exists, making it best suited for rapid iteration, what we call throwaway weekend projects, where speed is the primary goal. So in case of pure vibe coding, whatever prompt I write and whatever code I get, I trust it. Simply I'll trust it. Whereas in case of responsible AI assisted development, I don't want you people to be this. I said write a Python code to read the data from an Excel sheet. Very simple one. So it gave me a code here. Very interestingly, if you see, it gave me a code. It says import pandas as PD. Okay, load the Excel sheet where you specify the file path. Of course, I have to set my file path where my Excel sheet is there. It gave the sheet name and it has given this. And it is also printing the top 5 rows. What I meant to say is, what we need to do as a responsible AI is copy this. Open your Python, run this, put the exact location of that file, see whether it is giving proper output. Only when you are satisfied it is fine, you can still go ahead. No problem at all. But that's what we need to do it. Interestingly, like, maybe like a co-pilot, it also gives the explanation for us. It also gives the explanation for us. It's not that difficult. Okay, and when you come down, it also says what is this data.head does, head functions. Shows the first 5 rows. Okay. Now, it says that we have something called OpenPyXL is the default engine used for .xlsx file. Now it says that would you like me to also show you to read Excel data using OpenPyXL directly. So here, as a responsible AI person, we need to try this also. I'll say yes. We need to also run this and check it. That is what the advantage is all about. As a responsible AI development, use it, copy it, open your whatever environment you are using, Python, Jupyter, Notebook, whatever it may be. You run it there. Give the Excel sheet, Excel path and see that it executes and you get to know about it. Okay. I'm not executing that. I could have opened a Python and executed that. Okay, but it does execute. So that's what all about responsible AI is, nothing but where you use it and you can go ahead and do it. Execute and observe, you run the generated code to show if it works. Provide feedback and refine it. If you're not satisfied, don't do anything. You again give the instruction. I don't want to read Excel sheet. I want to read it from CSV. I want to read from JSON. I want to read from PDF. Or okay, now I want to read from JSON. Okay, you refine your prompts. Don't exit that particular prompt. You can go on refining it. Okay, and I know probably I enjoy that a lot. And the recommendation what it gives is very interesting. And over the period of time, it has become so smart because now I have not logged into my live login. Otherwise, it will give very interesting question because of my previous training which we had it. So that's the reason I get things very faster done. Why? Because it already got trained as to what typical questions I am going to ask this guy. Okay. And many times I tell that, tomorrow I have a discussion on this. Can you generate me an image? This I used to do in the age of non-AI. I used to get some images, write some search, go to the images, get some relevant images. Okay, wherever there are free images, used to copy it. Here I am not bothered because it allows me to use this image. Of course, I have to give a proper citations or prompts, very much required. We'll talk about it if possible. Okay, repeat, this loop of describing, generating, testing and refining continues until the code is complete. Please read this. If the output isn't quite right or an error occurs, you provide the new instructions. That works, but add an error handling for when the file is not found. I am okay with the code, but I am getting this error. Please do correct it. It does that correction. Deploying. Wipe coding doesn't stop at a code generation. It is the ability to launch your application to a live production gate like Cloud Run. Okay, we'll talk about that tools, don't worry about it. With a single click, you can even deploy it. That probably you might have practice or you will practice in the lab. Okay. DevOps bottleneck allowing you to test your ideas with real. In DevOps, what happens is you have to test your application with real users before putting onto the live. But here you can directly put onto the live. It operates at 2 levels, the low level iterative loop of refining code and high level lifecycle for building and deploying a full application. First was what we were doing it. Refining it if you are not satisfied. That is the low level. High level, you have to build and deploy it for things. That is a wipe deploying concept. same steps. Another LLM has talked about it in this way. It has just described few things in detail. Till now, we are only writing intent. It says also specify the specification. Don't just specify the intent. Specify your constraints. Okay, specify the constraints. Describe what you want in plain English. Describe your idea. Now, when vibe coding and AI came into picture, the ideation concept has become very important today. Can we express our idea properly? Now, I'll come with a research angle. For research, please don't ask solution to your research to AI. What will happen? You are giving an input to the LLM. Finally, it is generated from that. Tomorrow, even if you publish, it says copied from AI. To identify a research problem, to do a literature survey, to understand some problems correctly, to, if you are not understanding a paper properly, use AI left and right. Don't ask, this is my research problem, give me a code to solve this. Gone. It generates a code, but it stores it. And tomorrow easily, if I use a particular AI plagiarism tool, it says generated from AI. Gone. So my suggestion is, don't ask solutions from these people. Okay, ask questions. Okay, I got a very huge document where I have to give a summary of it. I said, can you write a summary of this particular entire 50-page document in 1 page? And I'm very sorry to say that some of the reviewers are using this AI to generate a report of that particular paper. That is also happening. We'll not discuss on that. So you have to provide context, rules, constraints. Also, don't only trust with the prompt. Then of course everything follows. AI produces, you can check, refine, iterate, okay, and deploy the final application. This is again another LLM has given these steps. I didn't draw this. I said, can you express this in a good image for people to understand it? It has generated this. Okay. And it has uses the same sort of fonts, the color which it generated earlier. It says from idea to app with AI assistance, intent, describe idea, set requirements, AI creates a code, check and test, refine and improve, deploy app. You might have studied about software development life cycle, waterfall model, which has steps. This will be the steps now for AI generated code. Okay, please maybe incorporate somewhere in your teaching, if you are teaching that course, also put this at the end. Very much required. Otherwise, they'll not suit into the industry demands today. You say that anyhow you do requirements engineering. You do this in a software engineering course. Okay, but you are not designing and developing it, generating a code. But tell them that this process can be iterated. If you are not satisfied with the result, you can put an iteration here. Okay, very soon I'll write my book on that, where you talk about the iterative development here. Okay, till I'm satisfied. Even if I'm satisfied, I can still refine and improve further. And only when I'm satisfied, I'll directly deploy. Here I'm not having a bottleneck of the agile. Okay, where I have to test with a real user concept. That is not there with me. I'll go back. Morning I asked Google. Today morning I asked Google that, what is your takeaway on vibe coding? It gave this. Ideation, describe the entire application you want in a single high level prompt. It uses a word. It says you can use Google AI Studio, Firebase Studio. I am going to list that which is there in your syllabus. You need to make attempt of at least one example on each when you do in the lab. You'll really enjoy that. AI generates initial version. It's same thing written in a different way. Here it says one interesting thing which I liked it. Human expert reviews it. Because you may as well say, my student generated test cases through AI tested through AI. I said, I do not trust. It should be a human expert review because AI is least bothered. AI is least bothered. AI is least bothered. I have some more quality characteristics which you all know. Reliability, availability, interoperability. Is it not? Maintainability, right? Trust, privacy, right? All these things AI is not done. But we did a try on that. We said we want our application to be refined, keeping application security into picture. It did refine it. But I have to test it. I cannot trust it. I cannot directly trust. I have to test it. So this is a very important point which I got it from the Google Studio. Human expert reviews are very much important for your application. With a final prompt and a single click, you can deploy the application using Cloud Run. That's very interesting part. So that is what you need to do with the vibe coding. I think by this moment of time, you got the differences very well, but I'll do fast. In traditional programming, you write syntax manually. Okay, here, just specify intent. It will write the syntax. We have already seen it. Audience, we have a skilled developers in traditional programming, but here you can have a developers as well as non-coders. Speed, slower. Of course, you require time to write it, debug it. Very fast, you've already seen it. Okay. Boilerplate, we talk about it. Full control over code. High abstract, less granular. We do not have much control over the code. Accessibility. Developers only. Earlier we used to say, I will not give your code to you. Yes? Our students do internship in industry. They said, we cannot share the code. Why? Because you are developers. But what about AI? Okay, don't give it. I'll ask the AI tool. Right? That's the reason I'm telling these days. My student came from internship. Yesterday internship evaluation was there. They presented. No, our industry told not to show the code. Okay. Fine. Don't show that code. Ask AI, generate and just present it here. And you tell your industry guys that the code which is generated by AI also is similar to me. Why to spend so much of effort? And they were shocked. Now they got a new paradigm to think about it. I said, don't show that code. You have what the intent is very clear, right? Generate it and say that though my industry told me not to show the code, I generated through AI and it is almost performing same way. Tell it to the panel. And now they are in shock. The industry is also in shock. They cannot tell that now to us. Okay. Debugging is manual. You can also use AI assisted. What you can do here is, please generate your test cases through AI. Since you have already generated the code, for example, I said, write a function which does this, which takes some inputs and does this by validation and gives me this output. There itself, you write it that, I want to test this code, please generate me test cases. When you run it, you just see whether those test cases are doing fine or not, because generating test cases becomes very important.
Actually, what is the main difference between vibe coding and generative AI LLM? That is also same feature.
Same. Vibe coding is only a word coined to generate a code. Whatever you are generating through LLMs itself is vibe coding. Yeah. Creativity, you know very well. I don't want to talk about it, but there is still creativity in the vibe coding because you should be a good prompt engineer. Okay, still there is some skill involved. I want you to try this in your lab when you go to lab session. Okay, I'll do one or two things very interestingly. All these are mentioned in your curriculum. Okay, you require some Google account sometimes. Okay, I'll not try everything. Why? Because it has some credit limit. I already explored some of those things because I don't want to buy for everything. Okay, I'll of course subscribe some of those things. Okay, but we'll see next slide where to start. Google AI Studio, best for experimenting with AI models and integrating them into apps. Natural language processing, chatbots. You want to integrate AI into existing applications? Okay, then we can go for a Google AI Studio. So these days, I do a software engineering lab. I told them, I am not going to accept any case study, which is purely data driven and AI driven. I want you people to be a system engineer first. I say that, okay, you can add one module for AI. That is AI integration. Okay. Firebase Studio, ideal for backend services. Okay, for backend services, authentication, databases. Okay, for the backend services, Firebase Studio is good. Replit, you can start with Replit if you have not done anything into LLMs. I think you can go today, just have a Google account. Okay, maybe official account will not work. Your Gmail account, take it. And you can go through Replit. Write anything. I'll just show my Replit if it is there. With strong AI coding support, great for rapid prototyping. For a beginner, it is better thing. Cursor AI first code editor designed for iterative prompt driven. This is also is already an editor. We can directly use this particular editor. And Windsurf collaborative AI coding platform used for team-based projects. For example, we are working in a team. Okay, we want to collaborate in the various modules. We can use Windsurf. It's a collaborative AI agent model where we all can integrate our code at one place, working on different modules of the system. These tools are there. We'll just make it very interesting thing. I'll say this is my CV, right? I have uploaded my CV. I'll say generate a web page using the document attached. And I could have said generate my web page. When I say generate my web page, it will tell me to log in and it has my photos and all also it will take it. Yeah. But I didn't log into my, I'm still using the open one. So I'll just try this. Done? So first, it is still generating it. What can I do? This is a HTML file. Copy it, put it in some notepad, save it, run it. We'll do that. It also said, would you like to also add a navigator bar and downloadable CV link so visitors can easily browse section and access until full CV? You write yes, it will further give a code. Okay, before that I'll just open that CV. This is what I have written, given it. Let us see that, what it does it. It has some professional chronology. It has few things, other assignments, academics, books, membership, extracurricular list of publications, talks and so forth, right? Patents, projects, consultancies, all those sort of things are there. Let us see. I'll go back to this LLM. Probably I'll copy this. I'll remove this part. It didn't do much of the coloring because I didn't log in, but it has created me a website for me. I didn't do anything. I uploaded my CV. Okay. Of course, it actually made a very colorful thing for me earlier because I just logged in. So I got some of the things here. I'll open that also. Actually, I gave some more instructions to this and generated another website. It got this to me because I logged in and it gave the same color if you see now. Okay. And it created all the tabs. I didn't write about me there. I didn't write about me. It has extracted from that. It made about, experience, research, publications, projects, awards, contact. Maybe download CV also will be there if I just press that particular option. Okay, I can modify this code because HTML is already there. I can test whatever modifications tomorrow I need it to add it and just modify that code. And tomorrow, even if I'm not able to do that, I'll give this HTML. Well, please add this also to me. Can be done. So that is without using tools. I'm just doing it. I did not do replete and all at this moment of time. I just gave it. No, interestingly, what we do is anybody with a good profile here, whose lot of data is there on the website, on the prompts. Okay, I'll do like this. Generate a website for, okay. I didn't try it till now. First time I'm trying in front of you. I have not given my CV. I'm telling it, you extract from your resources available and generate a website for this guy. Right? Let me see. I'll be happy to see what it wrote. It says here is a clean professional website layoff. I didn't write doctor. It did extract it. Maybe because of University of Hyderabad, because there is only one guy called Salman here. Okay, there is no other duplicate Salman. In that case, it will ask me a question, which Salman you are referring to. It will ask me. Okay, because it gets confused. Okay, but now, at least I know that in R. So I'll just copy this code. Again, I'll go to a notepad. Yeah, I would be happy to see what it generated by its own. I didn't give my CV. Okay, let me see it here. 26 professor, director, very much right. Non-executive director, PhD in computer science, very much right here. Academics, right, correct. Books, yes, very much right. Selected publication itself. Oh my goodness, I am surprised here. The detection of Terraform security smell was uploaded yesterday. And it is there. It came live yesterday in the evening. It is there. It is so updated. Fine. That's good what it got it from the uni. That is resources available online. Okay. So just imagine, you want to know. There is one person visiting your institution. You want to make it attractive. This is the person's profile as given by LLM. Okay. I said this is the best profile what we have as given by LLM, we can do it. Okay. So very within the clicks you could do it. Okay. So today it should not happen that, somebody tell you prepare your website, you are taking days for that. Not required. You can just modify your content wherever it is there. This is a slide where I will give the link. You can read from there itself. No need to write this also. It is there on the Google Studio link. Okay. Where we have Google AI Studio, Gemini Code Assist, Gemini CLI, Google Anti-Gravity, Agent Development Kit. These are for various people. You can see the skill levels. Don't forget about all that things. See the skill level. Beginner, no coding experience needed. Which you can go for a Google AI Studio. You can start with that. But as a computer science faculty, that's what I asked. Who are the audience? They said they're all computer science faculty, and that's the reason we called you. Loknath was telling me. I said, okay, then fine. But we have to reach up to this stage. We should not stop with the Google AI Studio. We have again intermediate designed for users with professional coding experience. We are here, please. Okay. Intermediate to advanced, beginner to advanced. This is Google anti-gravity is for everybody. Then of course, advanced and expert come to up to the agent development kit. Okay, starting point, coding approach. You have coding, no code, low code. AI assisted is there. Agent first, its autonomous code is available here. Agent again. Key features are specified here. Okay. So these are other tools which is specified by the Google as well. Okay, how do you select a tool? We have listed the tool, right? Okay. Of course, the previous slide has given you one particular dimension. How do you select a tool? You can select a tool based on your skill level, okay, or based on your starting point. These are only for the Google-based things which are available from the beginner to the advanced learner. But when you go ahead here, among this, for a beginners, you can use Replit or Cursor. Actually, I asked Replit. I'll open up, I'll see. I can open that link. Because I don't want to exhaust credits because I want to show it to you. So I stopped there itself. I asked Replit that generate me a website to collect student feedback for teaching learning process. You can write the same thing what I wrote on Replit when you go to lab. It generates enormous code. And that is available there. I said generate a feedback form for the students for assessing the teaching learning process. And I should have only my Google account, Gmail account, sorry. Okay, Gmail account will work for it. Okay, and interestingly, my UoH.ac.in did not work because it says your university doesn't allow to use it, these credits. Okay, I'll just take it to you. So we have enterprise apps, where Firebase Studio or Google AI Studio, AI heavy apps, lot of AI, scalable backend, we already discussed that. Firebase Studios for scalable. Collaborative teams, we already discussed Windsurf. We already discussed these points. I'll just copy this Replit. I think it will ask me to log in. Well, so I said that, here, you can just write onto this workspace, okay, what you want. So here I wrote that I want to generate a form. I'll just run that. So here it generates it and you can also say publish now. Here I got the publishing started. I gave on the prompt that I want a student feedback form to assess the teaching learning process. It is going for publishing. I did not publish at the time, I just generated. Provisioning, security, scan, build, bundle, promote. It goes through all the steps and your form will be up and live. Very soon it will be up and live. It has generated its own questions from the web available. I want to modify that questions, I have to modify it. And I have to test those particular applications later. That is what is required actually. Teaching, learning, feedback, website. I just asked, generate me a, that is student feedback form for assessing the teaching learning process. That's what I asked it. Nothing more. Of course, I can modify those prompts. I did not modify at this moment of time. By the time it does, I can see that whether it opens here. See, it has opened here. If you see this, general information. I didn't write this place. I didn't write course name, instructor name. I didn't write student name, leave blank to remain anonymous. It is writing by its own. I didn't write it. Right. Evaluation ratings, teaching quality, clarity of explanation, preparedness and communication skills, course content, relevance, organization, difficulty level of the material, classroom engagement, overall experience, that is detailed feedback, areas for improvement, additional comments, submit evaluation. I didn't write even a single word here. If you want to modify this, you can modify it. This is what Replit does. Need not do anything. Give a prompt, it generates. You can publish also, it is going to publish now. It's being under publishing process. And after that, I can give you the link for you to directly give your feedbacks. Right now, I can give it to you. Okay, I want to know the feedback of my session on this characteristic. I can give you a link now. You can submit it. I did not do any coding yet. I just did this particular thing. So that is what about, things which are there with these tools. Let it go on. We'll go this back because we are already crossed the time limit because of my delay. Benefits are this: fast prototyping, no syntax barrier, creative freedoms. AI handles boilerpoint. Boilerpoint is nothing but repetitive tasks. Like HTML has header and no, which are common. These are said to be boilerpoints. Okay. If you are a coder, you have to write it again or copy paste it. That is taken care by the AI. Low barrier to entry, low barrier entry for non-programmers. Focus on creativity and problem solving instead of syntax. Of course, we have problems for that. We'll discuss on that. Very fast, I'll go into the challenges of vibe coding. Debugging can be tricky if I do not know the thing. Harder to debug deeply without programming knowledge. This slide is important for us, specifically for responsible AI citizens. Right? AI may misinterpret intent. I'll have some couple of slides. Probably I'll go through that. Security and efficiency risk. Not only security efficiency, other quality characteristics. Requires prompt literacy. We discussed about it. We should be very good at prompting. And of course, you will not become so fast. Over the period, I become little bit, I'm not saying I'm expert. Little bit I can use it well. Okay. Because I don't use so frequently, that is I'm not an expert also. Okay. Dependency on AI tools raises ethical and reliability concern is a very big challenge. Very big challenge. So I think in the last 1 year, I might have given at least 20 talks on this. AI ethics, governance, risk and so forth. Various places including the Microsoft and we had a very good debate on that. Some very good example for you to understand this ethicals and all. I asked this Copilot about me. This is not today. If you ask today, it will be different. You'll be very much surprised. You can ask this, write the same question in your lab. What type of person is Salman Abdul Moiz who works for University of Hyderabad is the prompt I gave it. And it gave this particular thing. I am very happy with that. It gave me a very good introduction. Okay, good. So far good. Now, you will be surprised, and it is also alarming to you in the next slide. And I want to tell this to specifically computer science teachers. Please take a photo of this. So this I was trying probably in July, almost July I did this prompt. So it was almost after midnight because my general time of working is late nights. Because morning nobody will allow me to do my work. So generally I send my most important things at about 2 o'clock. My dean says, "Hey, what you are doing at 2? But the task what you gave, I couldn't do it the entire day. So I did it after 12. So almost after midnight, I was, okay, I have another table like this in my bedroom also, where I sit. As long as I become tired and I sleep. So I was doing it and my wife was there. When I prompted this, because she's also from computer science, why are you writing this question to LLM? It gets trained your name with the criminal record. I said, I don't mind because I want to, tomorrow I have a talk at Wipro and I want to show these guys. So July I had a talk in Wipro. That was agentic AI development. I said, no problem, once I'll ask. But her question is also valid. If you ask Salman Abdul Moi's criminal record, I don't know what it gets trained. Can you read the response? Though I'm between you and tea, I'll of course eat up your tea, don't worry. See the response, read it very carefully. I'm not bothered about first paragraph, I'm bothered about the second paragraph. Second paragraph, I'm really worried. She was more worried than me. But why it should give it? The question is, it is a different individual, she says, but why it should give it then? That is said to be hallucination. Hallucination is a big challenge. When you do prompt engineering, when you do this vibe coding also, hallucination may come into picture. And for example, you wrote bad about me on some social media portal. It will take it. Good rate, my feedback is good rate, but most of the places. Therefore, if you do not like messaging, this fellow has wasted our 1.5 hours. Gone. So this is a hallucination. This is the link where it got this. Hindu newspaper. It gave the link there. There it got it. So luckily, if you are not that person, so you need to take your action. Otherwise, be careful on that. Next question, which is again alarming. I'm going to close it, very 2 minutes. Okay. Other people or Hyderabad people don't sue me. Only a question which I asked. I also belong to Hyderabad, by the way. But I asked this question to LLM on the same day because I want to show these answers to the industry guys on that day that what agentic AI development you are doing it cannot be tested correctly. You have to test every now and then or at least 1 week of time because of the enormous of data which is coming into picture. You cannot say that my agentic AI development is up and live and we work perfectly. And that debate went on till late evening and happy that they were satisfied with our claim. That was good. Read this paragraph. Hope nobody is from Borabanda or Nizampet here to sue me. You can sue the Copilot. Here that is hallucination. Such things can also come into my code. So last moment I put these 3 slides for you. Just before coming here. I thought this should be told because vibe coding will also extract such things if you are going into the details of it. I think you all know this, right? 2024, I applied for US visa for a conference. Oh, the questions they asked this time to me. What are your social media accounts? Which social media account you had earlier which is not there today? My goodness. Because they are going to extract everything from there. And of course, I have a very big talk on that. I don't want to discuss in that. That's not matter. But what I meant to say is, when you do vibe coding, prompt engineering, please be aware of such things coming into your code and the system. So paradigm shift is required from code-centric to the prompt-driven development. Developers move from how to code to what to build. Okay. But you can understand what are the things. Democratizes software creation, enabling entrepreneurs, designers, educators to build apps without formal training, fast. Old way, code-centric, syntax first. New way, prompt-driven, intent first. Very interesting. Okay. Impact empowers creators, not just coders. So this coding is not a barrier. That what I mean to say is. So prompt crafting examples. How to do that? How to make a prompt? These are the 4 things you need to do it with prompt. Lastly, how do I write a prompt? What should be my goal? Completing. Okay. Write your constraints. Okay. What is the output you are expected? Where you want the output to be go? Which format you want it? And if you want to follow up, you can follow it. Some of the things which again, I did not generate it. It only gave it. Can you take this and try in your lab? Take the same thing and try in your lab. You can take the same examples. And you will love it. Only one thing what I do, if you have done Python, if your laptop and all has Python, take that code and run it. That's the only thing what I want. And modify that little bit code wherever you feel it. Run it. I'm okay with using vibe coding. Okay. Some samples are given here, which is actually taking care about goal, constraints, and output format. So thank you for your patience. I'll, of course, you can take a photo if you want. So hope I did not bore you with AI. We are still into the real intelligence. I'll drop it. Oh, okay, if you want a drop of it, I'll tell you one more thing. I can drop it. There's a link. I should share it with you. Fine, I'll give that PPT, no problem. So thanks. Thanks for being with me. So now you can break.
Good morning, all of you. No, it's okay. No issue. Hope everybody joined after the tea. Anyway, so slowly let us proceed. I'm Pramod Kumar Mishra. I have done my PhD from School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad. This is actually my alma mater. I and Dr. Srinivas Kumar, we both are alumni of this university and this school. That is one thing. So prior to my PhD, I have done my MSc in Applied Mathematics from NIT Rourkela and MBA from Biju Patnaik University, Biju Patnaik Technical University in Odisha. And after my PhD, I had 3 years of postdoc experience with IIM Bangalore. And after that, I briefly, about 3 years, I worked at Geetam University, Visakhapatnam, and then back to University of Hyderabad. So almost this is complete 9 years for me at the university. And recently I became a fellow of American Production and Inventory Control Society. So my area is basically the operations and the decision sciences, normally the quantitative techniques. It's the same thing, operations research, statistics and all that, but we say decision science. Some cases people also talk about management science, but they are all one and the same, right? So with this brief note, let us start. I may not present much. I may quickly scroll over because the time is a constraint and you need to do some hands-on in the orange, right? So how many of you are familiar with orange prior to joining this particular program? Very few, huh? Okay. And how many of you are from computer science? I think all from computer science. But I have seen some people from other discipline also, statistics and all that. They may be faculty in computer science, but their background is maybe statistics or mathematics. Anyway, mathematics, statistics can be any discipline. So that is where mathematics, statistics, computer science and physics, these 4-5 departments are very close in any university or maybe in a typical institution. Okay, so I will not be taking much time for the presentation. Quickly scroll over a few things just to bring to your attention to the data part. Okay, so in terms of the data part, so you may have to go for the data cleaning, right? Maybe it may be for duplicate variable, for formatting the full stop, the comma, so on and so forth, right? Then there is a need for data restructuring, right? Maybe column may be becoming rows, rows may be becoming columns and so forth, right? That is not my focus at this particular stage. Certain times you may have to merge the files, right? I'll just quickly take over what are the things that you may be expected to do in terms of the data analysis while you do either in Python or Orange or any other software. Then certain times you may have to split the data, and splitting is in this case is training and testing, right? So that is basically training and testing part. So what is that particular split that you have to have? Then how do you take the selection, whether it is a random selection or you take the selection up to a particular point, is a time series data, you take up to a particular point, then after this particular point you go for the training testing data, right? Some kind of division that you can have, right? And normally the practice is in case of the splitting we take 80-20 is the splitting, right? 80% is the data basically used for the training and the 20% of the data is basically used for testing. This is actually one way of validating the results in terms of the machine learning, right? And there are other things also. What are the other things? K-fold cross validation, leave one out cross validation, right? So there are a few things that we will be discussing in the orange worksheet, and certain times you may have to go for the data transformation. All these presentations I am not getting into line by line. I will be sharing with all of you. In case of any difficulty or concern, you can get back to us. We will definitely reply to that. And I am quickly scrolling over so that when we discuss something in the orange, so there should not be any or much ambiguity at least. Then certain times you may have to go for the transformation. So what is the transformation? Basically we talk about the feature scaling or maybe Z transformation. So Z transformation is basically useful in terms of Gaussian distribution, which is basically normal distribution. Then certain times data may be condensed by using a technique called as principal component analysis, right? And then you can go for normality check for the data analysis. Certain times you may have to go for the reliability check, right? Reliability check is basically for the internal consistency. You may not need all the times, but if the data is primary in nature, you have collected your data using a particular questionnaire, which is a structured one you have designed, you want to check the internal reliability of the questionnaire, maybe this is useful. Yeah, this is particularly one aspect that may be encountering with. There is missing value. So missing at random, missing completely at random. Okay. So missing at random means probably you can have a pattern from the data that is actually missing, and with the help of the data that are available, you can have a pattern, and from there the missing values can be replaced by using that particular pattern. This is actually one thing. And certain times we may have something called as missing completely at random. That means you will not get any pattern. There will be no pattern visible. That will be also possible, and depending on your objective, you can probably ignore it, or if needed, more data may be essential for that. And how to check up to a particular missing value? Probably you can go for a t-test, right? Before and after kind of test, right? You know that t-test, right? T-tests are basically available for 3 categories: against a particular value available from the secondary source, or maybe 2 independent sample size, or maybe before and after kind of situation. There you can go for the t-test. It is with respect to the missing value treatment. Then comes data imputation. Data imputation is basically with respect to the missing values again. I have given some citation here. You can probably go through those citations. If you go by this, so there is no strict rule. Mechanism more important than the percentage, right? MCAR, MAR and all that. Then in this case you can see 5% is negligible. You can probably ignore it, right? 5 to 20% is manageable, right? You can still go ahead with your analysis. More than 20% is a little concerning. But when you say, you may need some citation, at least those who are doing, anyone doing PhD, currently enrolled, okay. Maybe certain times when you say the 20% we have taken as the missing values cut off, then somebody may ask, do you have any citation? Maybe probably can have some citation. Then 20%, more than 20% is a little concerning. You can probably quote the citation. And according to this particular citation Bennett, so less than 10% is acceptable. More than 20% is question mark, and 10 to 20% may be manageable, right? So this is actually one thing with respect to your missing data treatment. Now, how do you deal with the missing data treatment? That is basically called as a data imputation. So data imputation can be done in multiple ways. What are the ways? You can replace the value by average, or by the median, or by mode, or by the nearest neighborhood, or from the data analysis that you have done, accepting the missing values, you can have a pattern. From there you can get the value and replace the missing values, right? And certain times you may have to refer to the literature, because certain cases, let us say when you are going for the data imputation, if the data is from healthcare, right, maybe certain things is not supposed to be imputed. You cannot really expect certain things to be imputed, so you have to be careful. But data imputation is one technique that helps. If you go for the market research, I think data imputation is fine. But for healthcare, complex issues, precision related issues, data imputation may have its own limitation. But if you have a proper citation, that probably can help. Otherwise, the journals will be asking, do you have any citation? What motivated you to go for this? This may not be scientific. So we have to answer those things, because we go by the reviewer. If the reviewer raises this particular question, we have to go for this particular statement. Then one more thing is very crucial in terms of the data management is basically outlier analysis. Okay, I believe you have some idea. I don't take much time on this. So for the outlier, you can take the box plot, right? And in the box plot, you may be knowing that there are 5 different statistical input. One is minimum, other one is the maximum, third one is the quartile 1, second, the fourth one is the quartile 2, and the other one is the quartile 3. So that way you can have the box plot, right? So this is your minimum, and this is your maximum, and this is your quartile 1, and this is your quartile 2, and this is your quartile 3. Please note that quartile 2 may not be exactly in between quartile 1 and quartile 3 unless the data are very normal, right? It may be either left skewed or maybe right skewed, right? So this is nothing but your Q1 minus 1.5 times interquartile range, and this is nothing but your maximum, which is equal to Q3 plus 1.5 times interquartile range. So interquartile range is nothing but your difference between Q3 and Q1, right? Q1 divides the data into 25%, 75%. Q2 divides the data into 50%, 50%. Q3 divides the data into 75%, 25%. So this is one way. The other way is basically by the bell-shaped curve. I think being in the computer science, you all may be familiar with this. -3 to +3, the area coverage is basically 99.73%. Only this part is your 0.27% by 2, and here you have 0.27% by 2, right? This is 99.73% area is covered, and this is probability density function 1 by sigma under root 2 pi. You may be knowing that e to the power minus half x minus mu by sigma whole square. X varies from minus infinity to plus infinity. This side is minus infinity, this side is plus infinity. So anything comes here, we take is an outlier, and anything comes here, we take it an outlier. If you want to restrict it to plus or minus 2 sigma, that is also fine. This basically covers 95.45%. 95.45%. So rest is basically the outlier that you can take it. So this is one way where you can treat with respect to the outlier. In addition to the outlier, there is one more thing that I would like to bring to your quick notice. They are basically Mahalanobis distance. I think Mahalanobis is a statistician. He has a formula to identify a particular case as an outlier or an influential statistics. Then there is a leverage value. These are also called as, and there is one Cook's distance. These are also called as the outlier related treatment that you can probably go through. I have given the formula. You can also execute in the Excel sheet if you wish mathematically, right? Not a big deal. So leverage value, and these are actually few things with respect to the data part. Now quickly I'll take you through the training and testing split. Okay, so actually there are two things coming there. So in terms of the training and testing, I do not want to get into lot of mathematical things here, but the things that we will be executing in the orange worksheet that I need to show you. So there are few things. There is a data set. Before we get into this particular analysis, I'll just take you through the data set. This is the data set you have to work out now before we break for lunch, right? So this is the data set. This particular data set, as you see, this is a Titanic data set, and there are 2201 records available, and of course respondent ID is basically a nominal variable. I believe some of you may have some idea with respect to research methodology. Then it's a nominal variable. Gender is again a nominal variable. Of course, it's a categorical one. There are two genders given in this case, female and male. There could be third gender also. Then age is one thing. There is no age is not a numerical variable here. Age is also categorical variable. They have given with respect to adult or it may be child. Then class is what class they were actually traveling by the ship. Whether it is a first class, second class, third class, or a crew member. So these are again the categorical. And finally, the status is when the ship sank in the ocean, how many people survived and what are the chances of survival, right? So that we need to predict now with this particular exercise. So if they have survived, it is one thing. If they have not survived, that is another thing. So then you have to classify survival from the non-survival. So if you take survival is equal to yes, non-survival is equal to no, or you can take survival is equal to 1, non-survival is equal to 0. So this is a dichotomous variable which is purely binomial. In computer science language, maybe you can say binomial or binary. It is 1 and the 0. So that is also categorical. So as you see in the particular data set, there is no numerical data available. All are categorical data, right? So for the categorical data, you basically go for some classification algorithm. Some classification algorithm. We need not go for any algorithm which is basically multiple regression type, or maybe the model where numerical values are used, and this is basically a classification one. We have to segregate with respect to the survival from the non-survival, and how to cross validate the result that you actually generate out of your data analysis. So with this note, I'll just take you one model. This is binomial logistic regression, right? I believe some of you might have heard about this particular regression, and as you see on the right hand side, the right hand side is actually your linear regression, right? Right hand side is actually your linear regression type. The left hand side actually little different. That is nothing but your ln p divided by 1 minus p. This is actually called as your logit. This is actually called as logit, and p by 1 minus p, this is actually called as ODDS, odds ratio, right? So what does this mean? For a simple sense, if I say probability of survival is equal to 50%, okay, and the probability of non-survival is again 50%. So this means if you take the ratio, that is odds ratio, if you take, so this is equal to 1. What does this mean? This means chances of survival of a person, right, is same as chances of non-survival. The person may survive, the person may not survive. But if you say probability of survival is equal to, let us say 80%, okay, and probability of non-survival, if you say, that is 1 minus p, is also called as q, right? So 1 minus p is equal to 20%, because they are complementary to each other. So if you take this one, then 80% by 20%, that means actually 4. That means the chances of survival is 4 times more likelier than the chances of non-survival. Or you can say there is a 4 times more likelihood for survival than non-survival. If you are very unfortunate, probably you may sink in the ocean, otherwise you can still survive. So this is what is the odds ratio. Now if you want to take the particular model, this is the model that you can see. Take the ln of the odds ratio, that becomes your model, right? And you take the exponential both the sides, anti-log both the sides, you get probability, and this probability if you solve, this becomes your predicted probability. What is that? Predicted probability. So the predicted probability is the cutoff as p is equal to 0, right? Then p is equal to 1, then the average predicted probability is equal to 0 plus 1 by 2 is equal to 0.5, right, is the predicted probability. Now you have to find out what is this predicted probability for everyone, every individual, whether they are going to survive or they are going to sink in the ocean. This is what is the model, and the data, I don't know whether it is a true data or hypothetical data, but anyway, so this is the data set that will be executing, right? So quickly, this is the model. Now let us see the accuracy part of it, okay? This is a multinomial part. I don't want, this is not a multinomial case. You can still see it, it's the same as the previous case, but multiple categories are available, right? So if you do that, this is, if you plot it, right, you will get a function called as sigmoid function, right? Sigmoid function, which is a part of the softmax function, and there you see the characteristic of the curve is basically S-shaped, right? So this is the S-shaped function that you are getting. Now my task is to just show you the accuracy, right? So accuracy can be measured in terms of this matrix, okay? So the person is actually surviving, model has predicted that person who is going to survive, so it's a corrected decision. The model is saying the person is not going to survive, and actually the person sank in the ocean, right? So that is another decision that the model has given you correctly. So that means it's a true positive case and the true negative case. These are the two things you have the model giving you as the correct decision. Otherwise, the model is saying yes, the person is going to survive, but actually the person did not survive. This is a part of your false negative case, which is a type 2 error. And otherwise, the model says the person is not going to survive, the person did not survive, the model is saying it may survive, 0 is going to 1, so it is actually false positive case, which is a type 1 error. Now, please remember one thing, type 1 error and the type 2 error, right? Type 1 error and type 2 error, they are not actually 100%, right? Please try to understand. Type 1 error in statistics, anyone from statistics? Background statistics, I found some people in the other batch statistics. Anyway, so type 1 error is actually taken with respect to alpha, and we take alpha is equal to 5%. You take alpha is equal to 5%, type 1 error. What is 1 minus alpha? Confidence. Confidence. Similarly, type 2 error is basically beta. Type 2 error is beta, right? Then what is 1 minus beta? 1 minus beta is basically called as power of the test. That means a test is so robust, it is saying good is a good one, bad is a bad one. It is not saying good is a bad one, bad is a good one, right? What does this mean? This means when you have, let us say, a pharmaceutical company can be a classic example in this case. A good medicine is a good medicine, bad medicine is a bad medicine. Now, of course, in Hyderabad, there are 37 drugs have been found, not up to the standard, right? Anyway, as consumer, we are having it, that's a different issue, but we don't know many drugs, 37, it came in Times of India last few days ago. So now, this is the case. So good one is a good one, bad one is a bad one, right? So the test should be so robust, it will be classifying this way. But is a good one is a bad one, it is fine. Good one is a bad one, is fine. You are losing some money. As a producer, you are losing some money. But a bad one is a good one, like a cough syrup case in Tamil Nadu. 40-50 children died, right? What is this, right? Absolutely a problem with respect to the production. So that means, as a producer, I may say good one is a bad one, but I will never say bad one is a good one. This is the testing of hypothesis, always very, very confusing. In case you have more interest, please get into that. Otherwise also, please, certain things please see, because time will not permit to discuss all those things. So now this is type 1 and type 2 error. So please do not take type 1 error plus type 2 error is equal to 100%. It is not. Many people they say type 1 error plus type 2 error is equal to 100%. It is not. Type 1 error plus confidence is equal to 100%. Type 2 error plus confidence, that is 100%. But type 1 error plus type 2 error is not 100%, right? You have to find your mechanism how to control type 1 error and the type 2 error, right? If you want to control your type 2 error, a bad one is not a good one, right? You have to make your process so robust, right? You may lose money, but not trust. The test should be so powerful. This is called as power of the test, right? Now quickly, this is what is the model accuracy, right? So what are the model accuracy? I am just taking one model and discussing the requisite things so that you can execute in the orange, right? I think we should do it quickly. So model accuracy is in this case is a binomial case. As you know, true positive cases, right? That is also called as recall and the sensitivity. I think many of you, I think all of you are from computer science, so you may be familiar with it. Then specificity, right? Then the precision, then the classification accuracy, that is called as CA. Then F1 score is basically a kind of harmonic mean between your precision and the recall. Is a harmonic mean, right? Harmonic mean has a very limited use, but in this case it can give you some dimension. And one more dimension I have added here is called as Matthews correlation coefficient, right? So these are the few things you need to do with respect to your model building to show that your model is at least accurate till some distant level. What is the accuracy we basically expect? At least 90% accuracy, right? But let us see what is the accuracy we are getting in this particular case, and keep exercising to see whether the models are cross validated with respect to the k-fold cross validation or training testing split validation or leave one out validation, right. So, I will just quickly show you that particular slide, then we will get into our thing. So, cross validation, these are the ones you can probably take into consideration for the cross validation. And one more thing you may be interested to see, if there are model comparison, if there are model comparison, right. So, how do you compare the model with respect to the area under the curve? So, what is area under the curve? That is receiver operating characteristic curve that I will show you. You can test two different area under the curve, right, and there is a test called as DeLong's statistic or the method, right, and this method talks about difference between the area under the curve divided by variance of AUC plus variance of AUC2 minus 2 times of covariance of AUC1 and AUC2. You get your Z statistics. That Z statistic can be compared with your p value, which is basically two-tailed test, where you can get 2 into 1 minus phi z is the probability, right. So, probability means tail here, like in the normal distribution, either this one or this one, and as you know they are asymptotic both the sides, right. And the second thing is that this is the mirror image of this one is the mirror image of this one, because they are symmetrical about the origin. Now, let us get into the orange worksheet. Please, everybody please open your orange worksheet. You had some experience with orange in the previous 1 or 2 classes, right. So, right click file. So, you click double click file, you should be able to see lot of data sets. You should be able to see lot of data sets. There is a data set called as Titanic.tab, right. There is a data set called Titanic.tab. Right. So, this particular data, you can see the metadata. Status is categorical, age is categorical, gender is categorical, survival is categorical, right, and these are all features. What is the target variable? Target variable is basically survival, non-survival. If you are not able to execute, please click apply, please click apply. So, once you apply, this particular data will be visible to you. Apply and close. Now, you double click, it is set. Create one more table, data table, connect this particular widget, file widget to the data table, because you may be interested in to see the data table. This is what is the data table. Please have a quick look. How many records are there? 2201 number of records are there, right. So, you now go for the analysis with respect to the model. So, let us take one simple model, that is logistic regression, and this is binary logistic regression. Why this is binary or binomial logistic regression? Why it is binomial logistic regression? Because there are only 2 categories. What are the 2 categories? Either the person is surviving or the person is not surviving. Certain cases you may have multiple categories, right. So, that you have to be careful, but the data set that we have got in this particular class, it is a binomial case. So, we will be using binomial distribution. So, what is binomial distribution? NCX, P to the power x, Q to the power n minus x. That is actually the distribution behind this particular exercise. Now, see this particular data. All of you are able to see the data. Anyone who is not able to see the data? Able to see? Fine. Let us proceed quickly. If you want, you can just quickly scroll over the data, right? That's fine. Now, what what is that you need to do? The second thing is that in case you would like to see the distribution, right? He would like to see the distribution. You can probably connect it to distribution, right? So you can see the graphical representation, right? Normally in the Python we have describe, but in this case it is not available. You can only see the description with respect to the distribution. So you can see the survival cases, status cases. Survival, no, is 1490 records. How many are there? 67.70 records. How many cases are yes? You can, how many cases are yes? 701 cases, that is 32.3 cases. What is the status? These are the status cases. Large number of crew members, then other classes. Age, many are adult, very few are child. Then the gender part is also, you can see male and female ratio. So largely they are male and female are very less. So this is actually the distribution part that you have seen with respect to your data, right? Now we would like to do the exercise with respect to a small model or one model, logistic regression, right? What is the difference between multiple regression, multiple linear regression versus multiple logistic regression? Can anyone throw some light on it quickly before we proceed? Logistic regression and regression, right? Multiple regression, multiple logistic regression. So the difference is that the multiple logistic regression is basically a stochastic method, and normal multiple regression is a deterministic method. There you can determine based on the values, but here you have to take the probability, that is nothing but your predicted probability. So that is the reason why this method is a stochastic method, and you bring into discussion the probability, what is the chances of the survival of a person in the ocean, right? When the ship is sinking, who is going to survive? Instead of saying this, we say who is likely to survive, who is likely not to survive. Likely, we are using the term likely, but in the deterministic we say is going to. Y is equal to mx plus c. 1 unit of increase in x is going to change y by m units. Simple straight line equation we all have studied in the intermediate level, right? Same is the case of regression, but in this case if I say ln p by 1 minus p is equal to ln p by 1 minus p, if I write it here, ln p by 1 minus p, okay, is equal to mx plus c. How can you draw the inference in this case? Can anyone tell me? If I say, let us say this is y, this is equal to y is equal to mx plus c. This is a deterministic model. 1 unit of increase in x is going to change y by m unit. Clear? Deterministic. What about this? 1 unit of change in x, 1 unit of change in x, right, is going to change in y by e to the power m unit, e to the power m unit, because there is ln here, that becomes anti-log on the other side. That is the difference. And instead of saying is going to change, here we say likely to change, because it is a stochastic model, and stochastic models are more powerful than deterministic models, right? Anyway, so let us get into the part. All of you please do in parallel. File, are you able to see the distribution, right? Now if you want to see the box plot, please connect to the box plot also. You can see the box plot, right? Box plot is another data visualization tool, right, that takes basically 5 parameters. What are 5 parameters? Minimum, maximum, quartile 1, quartile 2, quartile 3. this also helps us in outlier detection, right. So now this is a categorical data, it is of no use, so we will proceed with our calculation. But please remember one thing, any stochastic method you are going to use, for instance logistic regression, data size should be relatively higher, because in the stochastic cases we are not required to justify normality, that is one thing, but at the same time we have to see how big is the data set, because this is probabilistic. We have to have bigger data set, but we are not supposed to justify whether the data are normal or not. But this is a case in multiple regression or any other case, right. But here in this case, since it is probability, we are not required to justify that particular part. So this is actually the box plot that you can see, and one by one you can check survival, age and all that. I just close this. Then let us get into logistic regression. So what is logistic regression in this particular case? This particular widget is basically learner. This is a learner. It's a machine learning algorithm that has been fed into this particular widget. In case of Python, some of you may be familiar with it, we say library. We have the library, but here there is no library, it is a widget. So that means the algorithm is already fed into the widget. So now what is that we need to do to get some output? We have to connect it with the respective file, connect it to the file. This is the file I am connecting, right, logistic regression, right. Now you connect with data table. I will show you the data sampler little later. Data table, you can also drag and drop, choice is yours, no issue. Now when you drag and drop the or maybe you connect it with the data table with the learner, this pop-up will come. So here in this particular box we need coefficient. Coefficient can be connected with the data. Bracket closed. I am to say you close it. Now you see the output, right. You see the output. So how do you write it? 0.20 plus 0.10 into crew, status is crew, plus 0.9 into first, minus 0.05 into second, minus 0.81 into third, minus 0.43 into adult, minus 0.63 into child, then 1.3 into female, minus 1.10 into male. This is actually your model, right. So model in the sense coefficient, but in many cases we are not very particular about the coefficient. We see the validity of the result and the prediction against the actual, right. So now we have to bring a little concept with respect to the data sampling. So when you go for the data sampling, right, we need to divide the data into two parts, right. So the best thing that we divide the data is basically 80%, 20%, right. So 80% is to 20%. And what is the justification behind this? Maybe you can say Pareto chart. 80% of the problems are caused by 20% of the issues. As a mathematician, Pareto that we can take, or maybe in your area you have to take some citation, you have to quote, because the normally the reviewers, when you send a paper, they say why 80%, 20%, why not 75%, 25%, why not 70%, 30%. We may have to justify in some way or the other. Anyway, so now I close this. What is that I need to do here? Let logistic regression be the learner. Now what I need to do is I will create a data sampler. I will create one more right click, data sampler is the wizard that you keep there, and connect data sampler with the file, right, because learner needs data. Directly you can connect, or you can connect here to here, here to here, right. When you click here to here, I believe this particular connection may go off. Let us see. Anyway, so let it be there. So now data sampler, but I believe when you connect this, it may go off, right. So what you need to do is I created data sampler. So what is that in the data sampler? We'll take one small thing now, then we'll repeat the case. In case of data sampler, double click the data sampler and take 80%, okay, and fixed proportion of the data, that is 80%. And when you take 80%, training, testing will have complementary 20%. Now, once you click there, sample data you please click, because something else may be selected in the process. You click sample, you click sample, right? Now, what is that we have done in the process is basically 80% data for the training, 20% data for the testing, right? Now, please see one thing here. This we may not need now. You can probably uncheck. One thing I would like to say, in this particular case, stratify sample when possible. What is stratification? Dividing the data into equal parts, stratifying, right? So what is that it means? It means basically, let's say in the entire data set, right, you have cases with respect to yes, you have with respect to no. Let us say 80% cases are with respect to yes, 20% cases are with respect to no, right? This is your aggregated data. Now, when you go for the sample, that is 80% for the training data, do you see 80% is still in the yes and 20% is in the no? May not be, it may change. So, to preserve that case, you can click this particular thing, stratify sample. That means it will try to give you the same proportion like your aggregated data. That means your model will be relatively more scientific and stable, right? So, let us do that for the time being. Click the sample data. Up to this, everybody has done something? Any difficulty anywhere so far? You are not able to find this particular thing, any difficulty, please don't hesitate to ask, because time will not permit to check your system, and we have to complete certain part, right? Please don't hesitate to ask. Yeah, please. Able to get? Right, very good. So, all of you are from computer science, so you should not struggle much. So, sample data, I just removed it. Then, so I have done it. Now, data should be connected to the learner. Data should be connected to the learner. Yes or no? Because now the learner doesn't have the data. You have to support with the data. Connect data sampler with this one. But there is one thing you have to be careful. Double click that part. Double click this particular connection, right? So, in this case, when you connect to this part, data sample is the data, right? You should be able to see fixed sample data, close. Why I am not able to see the test data? Remaining data is the test data. Okay. One thing, please see, in this case, when I am connecting data sampler with the learner, I don't have the scope for test. Test part is not visible. If the test part is not visible, I cannot have the validation, right? I bring one more widget onto the worksheet. What is that? Test and score, right? So, I just close this, bring test and score. I believe it will resolve the issue. I will connect data sampler, right? Now you click, you should be able to see. Once again, just to demonstrate, close. I will click here the widget called test and score, right? Now, data sampler is the input to the test and score. Now, you click the connection twice. Data sample is the data, remaining data is test data. And finally, you press OK. Now you see there are two different connections established. One is for the training, one is for the testing. So what is that is the training we have taken? 80%. And for testing, 20%. That is already there in the algorithm, right? Now, is it enough to do the analysis? Please look at the structure here in the worksheet and tell me, is it enough? Can I get my result? No. Why? Because I have not supported the test and score with the algorithm. Now, algorithm has to be connected. What is algorithm? Logistic regression. You connect it. So, logistic regression is the input to test and score, right? Now, you double click test and score, all of you, double click test and score. Are you able to see something? Are you able to see this particular screen? How many of you are able to see this particular screen? Some of you are not able to see. Please do it quickly. This screen should tell you what is that is the model accuracy. Please see. Learner has to be connected with test and score. Let me go back to the worksheet. Please do it this way. You are able to see one triangle with a question mark, kind of exclamation mark. That means there is a test data. There is a test data. It is already there in that, and you can see a pop-up also here sometimes, right? This particular one will tell you that two different data set is there in the model, in the algorithm that is there. The machine has kept in the memory somewhere 80%, somewhere 20%, right? Now, if the memory is able to read that 80% and showing for the 20%, and the accuracies are more or less similar or maybe higher, we say model is overfitting. Model is overfitting. Overfitting means very high accuracy in case of training data as well as in the testing data, very high accuracy. If low accuracy, underfitting. Model is underfitting. Now, how to address overfitting, underfitting? Any thought? How to address overfitting as well as underfitting? Any thought? Please think about it, we will talk, okay? So, now, at least now some of you are able to do this. You now click test and score, okay? Very simple, test and score, right? So, do not worry about this particular part for the time being. Click here, training data. Are you able to see this? No? You are not getting? You are not getting? One second, I will show you. One second, please see. I will just close everything. I will remove this part. Up to this is okay? Up to this is okay? Let me remove this also. Fine? Right? Are you getting data sampler? I remove this also. I click data sampler. Fine? Now, file is an input to the data sampler. Are you able to do up to this? Right? Now after the data sampler, you can go for test and score. Right click and you take test and score from the list. Okay? Just click it. And you can also alternatively drag it from this side. Drag it from this side. I am not doing it because it takes more time. I have to search for it again, drag, and I have to again go back. So, I am doing it here. So, this is test and score. Now, data sampler is an input to the test and score. You are getting now? There actually, if you double click that particular connection, you should be getting this particular pop-up or maybe the box. There, data sample is your data, remaining data is your test data. If you don't do, then it will not execute. You have to tell the machine what is that is your training data, what is that your testing data. If you don't declare, how do you expect the result separately? Not possible, right? So, do this again. So, connect it, drag and drop, just to drag, right? Okay. Can you see there are two links connected? Two links available now. One is for the remaining data, one is for the data, sample data that is used for the model, and the remaining data is used for the test. Now you double click here. Not able to see? There may be something open. Please see. Something open. You see your status bar. It may be open for you. See, I'm just double clicking. Please see. All of you, please see. Right? Double click. Right? Now let us say I minimize. Again I go and double click. It will not come. So it may be open. Please see. Not coming for you? Are you getting, madam? Not? How many of you are getting? Okay, I think few are not getting. I'll just quickly see. Please tell me. Yeah. Logistic regression? Yes. Learner is not connected, no? Just hold on. Learner is not connected. Okay. So I removed it. Please. I'm sorry. So I removed it. Then data is connected, right? But I have not given the learner, no? That's a basic algorithm I have to give. So logistic regression, right? Logistic regression is an input to test and score. Now you double click. Not able to see still? Not able to see? There is some issue. Can you please see once? Their case, if possible. All of you this side are able to see? Anyway, please sit down. I'll quickly see. Yeah. Can you show me once? Test and score. No, you close it. Where is your learner? No, learner is an input. Please take learner is an input to the data, input to the test and score. Learner is not the output. See, when you analyze the data, you need a method. What method? Logistic regression. Logistic regression is an input to the test and score. You have done the reverse. Please do it the reverse. You got it now? Got it now? That's an input to the test and score. Yeah. You got it now? Yeah. You are asking something. Yeah, please. Okay. You have taken 80%? 80%?
Folds are 5.
You have taken folder? No, you take 80% now. We'll get into that. No, you take 80-20. Then you select a sample data. You go there once. Go there once. Just a moment. 80% sample data. Fine. Replicable. Maybe that may be needed because you are getting that random number, no, fixed. Now you see sample data. Open it. No, not that. Data sampler. Test and score. Please see now. You also do the same thing. You do the same thing. It should not be the case. No, you click that first one. No, not that. First one. Fixed proportion of the sample. Yes. Now you click. Please check. No, you click that train. You click, sir. Train. Now you check. No, you click it, sir, once again. Fixed proportion of the. No, that is not. We are not doing it now. Click it now. This should not be the case actually. No, it should not be the case. 757, 756. There's a little difference, right? Yes, maybe.
Okay,
just check the test data, sir. Now test data. You do the test, sir. 776. Records are same. 1761.
Because the data is
that is fine. Okay. No, you go to data sampler sir once. Data sampler, fixed proportion of 80%. Maybe there may be some small variation because of the randomness. But it should be no, that is replicable part you can keep. You just click on sample data set. Did you click on the sample data? Right. Now you do it, sir, once again. Go to test and score. Just to do it again. Training data 757. So that is what I am saying. You have to just, sometimes maybe randomness is the case. No, it is point, no? 0.7. They are all fraction only. No, fraction is there. It is not visible. It is not visible. Yeah, because it cannot be a whole number. It is a fraction only. No, I think there is something wrong somewhere. Can you just close it? Go to data sampler. 80%. Click here. Sample data. Click here. Close. Now you click here. Let's see that connection. So data is data. Remaining data test data. Close it. Okay. You have not given logistic regression is an input. Learner is an input to test and score. You remove it from here. Just a moment. Logistic regression is an algorithm, no? That is an input to the data. Delete. Right? It has to be connected here. Now you connect logistic regression to test and score. Yeah. Now you double click. Got it, no? Got my point? Any queries further? Just a moment. Logistic regression is the same thing you have done. Then you connected, no? No, you have to just select it, no? Click it, double click. Test and train. It's available. Go for testing. Available. It has a double thing, no? Two things. So now you check whether your training and testing are giving you different result. That will talk. All of you are getting now? Anyone else? So please remember, I broadly understood that logistic regression is an input to test and score. But some of you have taken as an output. It cannot be an output, no? It is an input. Yes. No, not error. Something must be open, sir. Please click. No, in the status bar, you can see something may be open already. Okay, double click, sir, once again. No, there, on the widget, Click. No, you have done something else, sir. No, you have taken loose. No, sir. Sir, just a moment. Please go there. Click here. Test. Training.
But there is an
Error is there, no? Just to close it, sir. Go to data sampler. 80% sample data. Right? Close it now. Now you do it. Then there may be something wrong there. Click on those links.
times, but
Data is data. Okay, remaining data is test data. Then learner is this one. What is the problem? Close it, sir. Close it. Maybe some issue here. Here you click, sir. Click it. Click it here. Click here in the last. No, you click it there. Just apply. Then close it. Now you do. You delete it, sir. Let's see. Just a moment. Now logistic regression, right? Test and score. So now here, right? Then data sampler. That is what I'm saying. This is closed. Here the file is read properly. Fine. Apply. Why it is coming like this?
just to open.
Here is
Here we are getting what error train data.
target variable. Oh, acha, acha, okay. So target variable is not defined. Here in this case, survived is the target variable, no? Oh, acha, acha. It is a target one, sir. Because you need a target, no? Yes. Now it has come. Yeah. So everybody's case it came. At least something that is there. So there is some problem here. Screen. I don't know. Okay. So you received. Can you quickly check the difference between the training and the testing? Quickly. So you cannot see both at a time. You can probably copy the file and cross check in a Word document. But for the time being, what is the area under the curve? 76%. Somebody was asking that it is fraction is not visible. I have the fraction. It's not visible. 0 point, right? So 76%. Then classification accuracy 78%. F1 score is 76.7%. Precision is 77%. Recall is 78%. And the correlation coefficient is positive, right? These are the few things we got. Now this is for what? Training. Similarly, can you do for testing also? Please check for the testing also, right? What is that is your inference? What is that is your inference? One person, can you please say? From training and the testing, what is your inference? Are they very close? Very close. Very close. So when they are very close to each other, the model is becoming valid. It is cross-validated. Now we will get into the other part of it, right? But before getting into the other part of it, so what we will do is, we will take few more models. What are those models? We will take decision tree, right? And decision tree, there is a small Excel sheet that I will be sharing with all of you. You can see that later. But let us get into minimize, or you can close it, no issue. Tree, I am connecting with the tree. Tree is an input again. It is not an output, it is an input. Then another one, naive based algorithm, that is on the Bayes theorem. I connect. Again test and score. Then random forest, that is again based on decision tree algorithm. Connect it. Support vector machine, connect it. So I have given 4 algorithms I have added to the list. 4 other algorithms I have added to the list, right? And I have given little description in my presentation. You can refer to that. I am not getting into too much details of it, but you just connect with 4 more algorithms, right? So when you connect with 4 more algorithms, now you go for test and score, right? Now you go for test and score. Let us go for test and score. So are you able to see this particular information in this, right? So all the comparison, what you see is the best model according to this case, is the highest, this one they are the highest. Then accuracy wise, highest and highest. F1 score wise, relatively higher in this case. Naive based is giving little higher. Precision, highest. Recall, these are the 2 highest. MCC is negative, right? Now this is for test. Please see one thing, be little careful while you segregate the data. Please see here, how many records are available? 440. So, what is your data size? 2201. 2201 into 80% is equal to 1761. 2201 into 20% is equal to 440. Aggregate is 2201, right? So now if you want to see for training data, you should be able to see here 1761. In case you are not able to see, there could be some issue with the data sampler. Let us see. How many records you are able to see? What is 5 here? Number of columns. Number of columns, right? Target is 1 and there are 4 different columns, right? So 5. So 1761. So now you see, if at all you would like to compare the analysis of training data with the testing data, what you need to do is you can copy the file. How you can do that? Go to this go to this particular file, go to this file here, somewhere it will be down. I just click it once again. Go here, the result particular sheet, and there is a file there. Click the file, this will come, and there you can see, right? This is your test and score, right? So this is test and score. This may be for your training, and this is for your testing. Are the same? No issue. You copy this file or print the file or save the file. You can do it. Then similarly, you go for testing. Again, you do the same thing, right? Copy and paste in the Word document and compare, right? So this is one way of validating the result that you have done in terms of the model. Now you may be interested to see the prediction. You may be interested to see the prediction. So let us do the prediction. Let me close it. Up to this is fine for everybody. We'll slowly get into other part, right? Of course, time is a little limited, but we'll do the k-fold cross validation also little later. So now with this, what you need to do is connect this part with the prediction. Connect this part with the prediction. I'll go for widget called as prediction. Prediction widget I'll connect here. Now you click, and you should be able to see all the predictions, right? Are you able to see this particular table? There is a widget called prediction. Prediction is an output or input? Prediction is an output to the test and score. So please don't do the reverse. Prediction is an output to the widget called test and score. So now you double click the, what is that? The prediction. You should be able to see this particular table. Are you able to see this table? Please see at least one record. Let us see. The person did not survive. Logistic regression said no. Tree also said no. Naive based said no. Random forest said no. SBM also said no. So the person did not survive. So that means it's a correct classification. It's a correct classification. Let us see the second case. Person survived. Logistic regression said yes. Tree said no. Naive based said yes. Random forest said no. SVM said yes. And the actual thing is person survived, right? Then you can see the kind of cutoff here. Survived, right? Here it is less than 0.5. Less than 0.5, but person still survived, right? So could be logistic regression has given the correct classification. Other places it is giving incorrect classification, right? Now let us not get into too much details of this table, otherwise it will take 1 hour. So what we'll do is we'll go to confusion matrix, right? Let us go to confusion matrix. Minimize this or close this. Confusion matrix. So, is confusion matrix is output to prediction or input to prediction? Confusion matrix is the output to prediction. Very good. So, let us connect. We are not able to see it. What you need to do is keep confusion matrix and connect it to test and score as an output. Prediction is not giving because prediction is a calculated table. It is not giving you the confusion matrix. Connect it to the test and score. So, confusion matrix is an outcome of test and score. Now, you are able to see this particular thing. So, please notice one thing here. If the data is training, you have a confusion matrix. If the data is a testing, it has a confusion matrix. Now, the test results are higher than the training, maybe the model is underfitting. If the training results are higher than the testing, overfitting. So, we have to do something there and check with respect to the sampling procedure. Now, let us see one thing. Are you able to see all the methods on your left pane? Logistic regression, tree, naive based, random forest, SVM. If you want to compare, copy and paste somewhere and compare, because it is not possible here. We cannot really compare in this case, but one thing we can compare, I will show you, right. So, this is for the logistic regression. I may be little faster because we are running short of time. This is for the tree. How many of you are getting this particular thing? Any case you are not getting, please raise your hand, maybe I can help you little later. Are you able to see? So, fine. So, I think we all are in the same page. Naive based, random forest, SVM, all fine, right. If you want to see for the training result, then what you need to do? Go for test and score, click training and see the result now. Go to the confusion matrix. You should be able to see for 1761 records. Are you able to see now? How much it was earlier? 440, that is for testing, but for training 1761. That means we are on the correct page. We are on the same page and we are correct. So, now I just close this part. Then what is that you need to do if you want to see the distribution part? I think I have already shown you the distribution. I have already shown you, but if you would like to see the distribution in terms of the prediction, that you can connect with respect to test and score. Distribution, see the distribution. Do you see all the models here? You can click, keep your cursor here, you will see the figure, right. So, let us say logistic regression, right. How many correct? No classification, 1377. Yes classification, 384. Normally what happens in the statistical analysis, we keep one table for descriptive statistic, right. And in Python we have describe file. It will give you all the description. Unfortunately, in this case it is not there. So, we have to see this particular distribution feature to see data segregation. Since it is a count data, our focus is basically to see the percentage. What percentage from when women survived, not survived, things like that. Now, if you would like to see the box plot again, I can connect with the box plot again. That also can be connected to the test and score to see what model has given you what result. So, tree, right, has given you here in this case, I think tree is here, you can see. In case of no category, almost 80% looking like correct classification. 20% looking like incorrect classification. In case of yes category, right, this 10% or so looking like incorrect classification, right. So that means no is going to yes, no is going to yes, false, positive. No is going to yes, false, positive. Yes is going to no, false, negative. It's simple actually. Many people get confused actually. 0, 0, 1, 1, correct decision. No is going to no, yes is going to yes. 0 is going to 1, it's a false. Since it is higher, positive. 1 is going to 0, it is again false. Since it is low, it is negative. See, false, positive, false, negative, many people they get confused, right. And of course, it is very confusing also, as I said, confusion matrix. So, this is the case, right. That's why it is a confusion matrix, a 2 by 2 matrix, very confusing. So, you can imagine when you have 3 categories, but I have given you the formula and all that, but they are very confusing. But I have given all the formula, right. You can just go through it. Any confusion, any queries, we will discuss later. So, this is the case. Similarly, if you go for tree, right, 238 cases are correctly classified. So, it is where is it making it to 100%? 1523 no cases are this. I think I have to go for this is fine. Why it is it 17? Okay, this is actually training data. This is for the training. You can also go for testing in this case. So, let us say this variable naive Bayes, random forest, no is entirely, and SVM fine. So, no is no, yes certain cases, yes is no in some majority of the cases, and yes is yes in some cases. Anyway, so now I will do one thing, I will create one more here, that is called as ROC curve, ROC analysis. Okay. So, this ROC analysis is an output to ROC analysis as an output to test and score, right. Now, ROC analysis. Before I get into ROC analysis, I will just show you little bit the idea behind ROC analysis. What is ROC? Is basically receiver operating characteristic curve. Okay. Now, receiver operating characteristic curve can be calculated by taking false positive rate, which is 1 minus specificity against true positive rate. You will get a curve. You will get a curve. Whatever is the area under the curve, that is called as AUC. So, sometimes people get confused, what is ROC, what is AUC? AUC is a metric, AUC is a metric, is the area. ROC is, it is graphical representation of AUC, right. Now, the question comes here, different models have different AUC, different models have different AUC, right. Now, please see one thing here, this area has been calculated, right, and what is your intention? To get highest area under the curve. That means your model will be very good model. But unfortunately, in this case, our model is up to 80% accurate. I think random forest has given almost close to 80% accuracy, but we need little more accuracy. That exercise you can probably do with respect to sampling. Maybe instead of 80%, you can make it 85% training data and see how it happens with respect to the testing data. I am not doing it, but you can try. So, this is 80%, right. So, now 80% is area under the curve. Now, some cases you may get 80%, some cases you may get 75%, some cases you may get 70%. So, in order to do this particular analysis, you have to go for something called as ROC curve analysis. So, before getting into that, I would like to just show you this particular analysis. Okay. So when you go for this analysis, and you can go for a little test of hypothesis, that is basically called as DeLong's method in testing of the hypothesis for two different AUCs, right. So there you see, this is from model 1, let us say from logistic regression, this is from model 2, let us say tree. Difference between them divided by standard deviation. What is the standard deviation? Variance of the first one, variance of the second one, minus 2 times of the covariance of both of them, square root. It is like your, like a t-test. You remember t-test, x minus mu by sigma by square root of n, similar to that. So when you go for it, then what is that is the p-value? How do you calculate the p-value? This is your p-value. Yes, this one and this one, this is the area for H naught, this is the area for H1, right. So there is one tail here, there is one tail here, and this part is nothing but 1 minus phi z. Since there are 2 times this side and this side, due to symmetry, you can multiply 2. Exactly the same thing is done here. If this is less than 0.05, what does this mean? If this is less than 0.05, means your value is falling somewhere here, right. So that means H1 need to be preserved. If it is falling here, H1 to be preserved. That means you are against the null hypothesis. That means they are different. So in such a case, what we need to do is basically we calculate the respective probability, right. So that means logistic regression AUC, tree regression AUC are the same or statistically different. I can have the comparison. So how to see that particular comparison? Go to your worksheet again. This is little advanced thing I am just talking here. Go to your the worksheet once again. Connect it with the widget called ROC analysis. Have you done? And ROC analysis is I didn't keep it, right? ROC analysis, I think I kept it or not? No, it's not there. ROC analysis. So ROC analysis is, click it here, right? Now, if you go to this one, go to your test and score, go for training. Yeah, it is already clicked. You are able to see the training result. Similarly, if you want to see, you can see the test result, fine. But if you want the comparison between the models, then you have to go for cross validation, right? Click on the cross validation, click on the cross validation, right? Can you see there is one table created below, right? Just spend 1 minute on that particular table and tell me what is your observation. And please remember, I think if you click the cursor on a particular value, you can see some description. Are you able to see? What is the probability that tree AUC is higher than logistic regression? Can you see it is like your logistic regression to logistic regression 100%? They're equal. That's why it is blank, right? The diagonal is blank. Are you able to see? Now, logistic regression with a tree is giving a better result or not, so you can go for a test. That is nothing but your de Long's hypothesis test that I have already shown you. What is that? AUC1 minus AUC2 divided by variance of AUC1 plus variance of AUC2 minus 2 times of covariance of AUC1, AUC2 and square root. And there you have to find the p value. P value is nothing but your probability value. Probability value is nothing but your H1 area, your H1 area. Lot of people, they still get confused with the p value. P value is actually the area under H1, not H0. If that is 0.05 greater than 0.05 means you are encroaching into the area of H0. If more than 0.05, 5% level of significance or 1% level of significance 0.01, if it is higher, you are encroaching into the area of null. What I mean to say, this is your bell-shaped curve, right? Let's talk about this, right? This is your H1, this is your H1, this is your H0, this is your H0. Now, let us say this is your, if I take a single tail, let us say, right, let us say this is your 0.05 divided by 2 is equal to how much? 0.025, right? So, 0.025 is this area and this area is also 0.025. If I say this is 0.03 means it is definitely going to encroach into H0 area. That means you have higher support for H0 than H1. That means you should preserve the null hypothesis than the alternative hypothesis. Same thing is shown here. Same thing is shown here. Can you see? All of you are getting this table? Go for cross validation. Click on a particular value and see what is the probability that tree is giving you better result than logistic regression, right? And these are the probability values or the p values. If they are greater than 0.05, the null hypothesis is accepted. That means there is no big difference between tree and the logistic regression, right? Please see the other ones. There is some issue. And please see one thing, the probability values are calculated. Achha, it has gone to sleep mode. Right? So, this probability we have calculated, right? So, probability that tree prediction, right, and the logistic regression prediction AUC is higher than logistic regression is 0.97 something, right? So, that means this particular one, if you see, it is much higher than your, you can say, tree is greater than logistic regression, that particular probability is 0.97 something. That means it is coming here in this case. What does this mean? This means there is not much big difference between the two. So, we are losing little time. So, I will go for the k-fold cross validation. Okay. So, now let us go to k-fold, go to your data sampler, go to data sampler quickly. Now, in the data sampler, please click and please remember we cannot comment afterwards if your time permits. Click here, cross validation. Cross validation. So, when you go for the cross validation, how many subsets you are actually expecting? 10 subsets. 10 subsets means 2201 divided by 10, approximately each record will have 220 records, right? So, 220 records, 220 records into 9 records will be your training. Then 220 records into 1 or maybe 221 is equal to your 220 is basically for your testing. So, total is equal to 2201. maybe here and there 1 you can add, right, because it's a numerical thing, so you can add somewhere. So 2201, this is cross validation, right. Now the question comes here, once you do that, please click sample data. Unless you click it, the results will be shown the previous one. You click it, sample data, right, and I already told you what is the meaning of this, right. I already told you what is the meaning of this, right. Sample data, close it, go to this result now, go for training result, right. So you get the output, whether these values are higher or lower than the previous one, it takes time to compare, right. You can copy and paste and compare, but let us see what is happening here careful. Which is the best algorithm? Very bad. SVM is very bad, right. Random forest is looking like the best. Tree and random forest. What is the difference between tree and the random forest? Can anybody quickly throw some light on this? Random forest is the same algorithm used in decision tree, but one thing is random forest takes into account multiple decision trees and it takes the average of the decision trees to report. So that is actually the random forest. So sometimes the results may be same, or random forest may be giving you slightly better result than decision trees, and here in this case only tree. So now you see how to compare and all that, we have to copy and paste and compare, that takes little time. Similarly, you can see test, right. So looks like the values are quite similar to the training, they are more or less similar. Training and testing, they are more or less very similar to each other. Now one final cross validation is nothing but LOOCV. What is that? LOOCV, leave one out cross validation. So if you go there, are you able to see in the training and testing page, there is something called leave one out? What is the meaning of that? Anybody? Leave one sample for what? Test, per test. Others will be used for training. That means how many times the model will be iterating for the test for the result? 2220 times for generating the model. So it means if the system is not very powerful in terms of the RAM, if you use it, it may take some time to show you the result. It's not like instant. Other things is instant, but system should be at least 16 GB or maybe 32 GB or something like that. It will give you little faster. If it is 6 GB RAM or 4 GB RAM or 8 GB RAM, it may take some time for you, right? But anyway, let us do it fast. Click it. Are you able to see? Executing. So what is that happening in this case? Is it a good idea for large sample size? Not a good idea, first thing. Second thing is that, can you have a confusion matrix? Can you have a confusion matrix? No. So there are certain limitations in this particular case, because for the confusion matrix, at least you need some multiple records, right? Only one record, how to justify? This may not be the case, but some cases it may be useful. What cases it may be useful? Data is not abundantly available. Those cases this may be useful. You check with the model, take one and test with the model accuracy. If they are syncing, then model is accurate. So it may take some time for you. Just do it, just click it and see. I have got 18% result by now. It will slowly execute, take some time, and it will give you the figure. So there are three ways by which you can have the cross validation. Most importantly, k-fold cross validation and training testing split in a percentage, right? So now if you want replicable, you have to click that. If you don't want replicable, different times you test different result, means your sample is different. Your sample is different. So if you want to keep your sample same, then you have to give something called as random seed. In training testing in Python, there is something called as random seed. We fix it 1, 2, 3, 32, 35, something like that. So every time you generate the result, it will be the same. So in this case, you have to click replicable. If you click, it will come, same figures will be coming all the times. Now one issue here, so once you, what is that is taking time, I think some 40%. In your case, you are getting it. Anybody got the result? You got it? Okay. All the iterations are over. Now you please see the result, right? But you cannot cross validate because it's a one record. What you can do is probably maybe you can predict the thing. One record you can keep aside and take the model result and check with those results. That may be one thing, right? Little tedious. Now one more thing I would like to tell you that is actually the sorry variance part, right? So far we have seen something called as accuracy, right? So far you have seen the accuracy, but unfortunately in this case we did not get variance, right? So nowhere you have seen variance. So if you want to check your variance, what you need to do is you can check with mean squared error or root mean square error, right? These are the two things. Probably it is not shown here, but you can probably manually calculate the values, right, to see the variance, right? So the one of the ways I can just tell you what is that, the accuracy you can compare with multiple iterations. I'll just show you quickly. Let us say accuracy, right? Accuracy of ith iteration minus average of accuracy, right, whole square, right, divided by number of observations square root. This is nothing but your standard deviation, right? Or you can probably say this is like your mean squared error. Accuracy, right? Different models have different accuracies. There is one average accuracy, subtract it, square it, summation, right? Then you get your sigma, right? So when you get the sigma, now you have one sigma and you have accuracy, right? These two things can be brought into consideration, right? So I am basically talking about, this is nothing but your variance, this is nothing but your bias, right? So bias and variance may be seen together, but unfortunately in orange output we did not see anywhere the variance, right? But in Python we can see it, right? That could be one issue that you can probably keep in mind and do the needful. This is one case, and yeah. So one final thing that I would like to say, certain times the model may give very high accuracy, but it may give you high variance, right? So that means what you need to do, maybe you need to add extra feature, right, more sample size to control the variance. Certain times you may see bias may be low or accuracy may be accuracy is low, but variance is also low, right? So that case again the model may be very complex, variance may be low, but there may be difficulty with respect to interpretation, like support vector machine. Support vector machine, sometimes unfortunately it is not given very good result in this case, but support vector machine is a very strong algorithm. I have given the mathematical justification. Of course I didn't tell it, right? So it can give you, but interpretation wise it is a difficult part. But logistic regression may give you very good result, but variance may be little difficult. You may get a little higher variance, I could have shown you, but there is no output with respect to the variance. So this is what I just wanted to discuss with respect to the training and testing split and little bit of data management, because of time paucity. So we have 1.5 hour, so not very great thing we can do, right? So it sometimes it takes the whole day for this discussion, right? We just got 1.5 hour. So I believe it is little refreshing for some of you. Maybe you are from computer science, certain things you may be already aware of, right? It's not new thing for you, but it's good that I met all of you. And mathematics, computer science were very close, right? So in terms of our requirements, I did my MSc from NIT Roorkela in applied maths. So a lot of people were coming from the computer science department to teach us, and a lot of mathematics faculty also are going to computer science to teach. For instance, fuzzy logic, soft computing, those kind of things. Of course, AI is not a very new concept. Sir told now other day, I think some of you attended. We have the AI lab since last 20 years, I believe, right? But anyway, it's flourishing now to some extent. So that's all from my side. So 1:10 almost. So thank you very much. We'll close here. And anything you would like to just convey? So I have my email ID. All these things I'll share with all of you. I'll give it to sir, and he will be sharing with all of you. Part of the things, mathematical things, I did not discuss because some of you may like, may not like. You can see it still. Okay. So thank you very much.
website describing yourself. What are your qualifications? What are your, and if you have any projects, you have done any, what kind of courses you taught. It's a complete profile of yourself. Right? So in this lab session, there are a lot of, many, or we can use any AI tool to do this simple task. But there are specific tools also which are intended for app developing. So we will do any of these tools are, in this session, we will use Windsurf tool. I think many of you are started downloading and installing it, right? Yes. First thing is, we need to download this Windsurf tool and install it and then log in. After that, you will be able to use it. So just simply I will explain you, I created my own portfolio using this Windsurf tool without even writing a single line of code, single character of code, with only instructions, and then I will show you the portfolio. Yes, this is the complete website. It has sections like about me, education qualifications, research, projects, publications, teaching, students, PhD students, MTech students, MCA students, and then contact details. So the entire website I built in 30 minutes without even writing a single line of code, right? So the intention of this lab is all of you to reproduce a similar website for yourself, right? Now I will show you what kind of prompts I used. Once I installed my Windsurf tool, I just gave some prompts, then eventually I got this final output, right? This is the first prompt I gave. Create a responsive portfolio website for an assistant professor using HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Include sections about me, research, project, publications, teaching, students, contact me, right? After this, I gave this prompt. It gave me a skeleton with a random name, random photo, and then random projects. Everything details are filled. It is for some other purpose, not me. It actually gave me the complete outline of the website. After that, I gave another prompt, change name of the faculty to myself and the assistant professor, School of Computer and Information Sciences. Automatically it changed. And then update my profile picture. When I say update my profile picture, it told me back saying that please copy the profile picture in that particular folder. Then I told I copied, then automatically profile picture has changed. Okay. Modify research interest to graph algorithm, parameter complexity, social network. May update area of interest. What happens after this prompt? In the research interest, actually some section it is modified, but actually at the about me section it is not reflecting. So I gave another prompt to make that change. Then I gave my Google Scholar profile link. Then pick my research papers from this link and update publications accordingly. It crawled that particular web page and then picked each individual publication of myself and then added it in the website. Then, so it is showing some random projects worth 50 lakhs or something, 3-4 projects worth 50 lakhs which are not related to me. So I have only one project. I gave a prompt like that. I have only one project, Romer minimization in IVA project worth 14 lakhs. Please update the project section accordingly. It's updated. Then I have guided 2 PhD students, project worth 14 lakhs, 20 years of experience, publications count 20 plus, update me about section accordingly. So whatever, see it has a lot of information now. I'm just checking whether the information is relevant to me or not. If it is not relevant to me, I'm giving a prompt to update it. So there is a section, so students. I have guided MCA students, MTech student, PhD student, right? So I gave my profile, university profile website link, and then I asked it to update students list from this link. I have PhD, MTech, IMTech, and MCA students who have worked with me. If you see that website, no. You see different kinds of students is showing. One is orange color, one is blue color. Orange color is actually completed students. Blue color is ongoing students. Without even informing it, that information is already there in my website saying that completed, ongoing. So it has used a different color icons to distinguish these two kinds of students. After that, I update my email ID to this contact number, office address, and so on. It's updated. So eventually, I reached almost 90% of the web page. Right? Then keep this DBLP profile link, Google Scholar profile link, Scopus profile link, LinkedIn profile link. I told them, I gave this link and asked it to put it in the website. Somewhere in the bottom, it created 4 icons. 4 icons. I'll show you those icons also. You see here, this is the link for, I think this is Google Scholar, DBLP, Scopus, LinkedIn. All 4 links it is created, and then the particular whatever the links I have created, it made connection to those links. Yes. Then actually after that what I observed is there is one section missing, qualifications. So I again asked it to update, add education qualification section after about me section. It is added. Yeah. Okay. This is the prompt sequence of prompts I gave to the Windsurf tool. Now what we need to do is, can you please download this tool from Windsurf, this website, this link, install it on your machine. We have 2 students, my MTech students, they will help you. Use VS Code, no problem. Please take their help. We need to install this tool, and after once install, all of you installing it now, I will explain what to do. See, this is the tool, right? I have downloaded the tool.
We need to record sign in, sir.
Yeah, you have to log in. Log in, you can log in with your email ID. Huh? See, this is, if you can see, I am installing, I have already downloaded the file, I am installing it. We don't need paid version for this. You don't need, no, skip for now. You can use the skip for now. Accept all. Now open the Windsurf tool. Windsurf tool. Yes. Login, you have done the sign up, right? Sign in successful. Now click this. Yeah, open. క్లోజ్ చేయండి మళ్ళీ, అది ఉంచండి. ఇది ఏంటి, ఇది కదా, ఓకే. విండ్ సర్ఫ్ ఇక్కడ ఇన్స్టాల్ అయ్యి ఉండొచ్చు. విండ్ సర్ఫ్ ఇప్పుడు విండ్ సర్ఫ్ అని కొట్టింది. అది క్లిక్ చేయాలి. ఎస్ యూఎస్ కోడ్ ఆడుకోండి. లాగిన్. మళ్ళీ ఇది వస్తుందా? వచ్చింది. Get started. Fine. Deepak, please help them. Yes. No. Yeah. You are ready to use. Okay. You are ready to use. Yes. You have installed it. Okay. Pre-trial one. Don't use. Skip for now. Yes. No problem. Close it. Use create folder. Use create folder. If you right click on here now, you will say create a folder, or on file section also you can create a folder. Open folder and create a new folder. Once you select the folder, you will see like this. Then press Ctrl L. Then you will see three columns. This is the file section. This is the prompt section. E folder, I will file section. Open file. Click on file. Open folder. There also fine. Open folder. Create your own some folder with your name. You can create a folder. Rename it. Yeah. Yes. Now press Control. Okay. Yes, you can trust. Click the under trust. Yes. Yeah. Control cheyandi. Oh, this click. Yeah. Control. Yes. Now you are ready to use the tool. Please help your neighbors if they are finding it difficult to do this. Yeah. Trust all. Trust the other. Click cheyandi. Yes. Click on the code with cascade. Yes. Now ready to use. Here you have to type the enter. Now create a folder. New folder. Click the new folder. Yeah. Give your name. Enter. Select folder. Click on the select folder. Right. Okay. Click on this button. Okay. Yes. Trust the others. Then click on the code with cascade. Yes. Now ready to use. This is the prompt. Ready? All of you ready? Yes. So this is the code section where you will see all the files. Then this is the prompt section, right? Just type something like this. Create a responsive portfolio. So in this section, no, here, ask anything, right? Here you write the prompt, this prompt. Prompt you can write according to yourself. What sections you want. Hmm? Deepak, can you help madam? Yeah. Okay. Hmm? I'll tell you. No, so once you create the prompt, it creates files, right? There is the accept button is there. You have to click on the accept all. Then those files will be saved in that folder. It will create 3 to 4 files. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Accept type accept చేశారు అన్ని. Yeah. You can type చేసిన తర్వాత it will take some time. He is able to do it. లేదంటే ఇది ఒకసారి చేంజ్ చేద్దాం. చేయండి. కంట్రోల్ సి అవుతుందా? పర్మిషన్ denied, రీచ్ మెసేజ్ రేట్ లిమిట్ ఫర్ దిస్ మోడల్ ప్లీజ్ ట్రై. మీరు ఆల్రెడీ వాడారేమన్నది తర్వాత ఏం చేశారండి మీరు? ఓకే, ఎవరు ఎనీవన్ ఏబుల్ టు డూ ఇట్? అందరు కదా Yeah, you type this and enter. Just a minute. So I think one of you got the files, na? So can you show me? Yeah, right. Now you give further commands on making it permission denied. Reach message limit rate for this model. Please try again later. In the morning, what kind of tool you have used? It is installed on the machine. Can you use that otherwise? వైఫై వాళ్ళ వైఫై నార్మల్ కనెక్ట్ అయిపోతుంది వాళ్ళకి, నార్మల్ కనెక్ట్ అయిపోతుంది వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చింటారు కదా. వైఫై లేదా అయితే వాళ్ళు డేటా కనెక్ట్ చేసుకుని చెప్పు. జస్ట్ అప్డేట్ యూ. Denied.
One system, internet is not working.
So you give them data connection. Deepak. ఇది ఒకసారి నీ హాట్స్పాట్ ఆన్ చేయి చూద్దాం దానికి దీనివల్ల ఏమైనా వస్తుంది. Is it because of mic off? Meanwhile, I will show you the prompts I have given. Okay. Yesterday only I worked out entire plan. I didn't see any issue. Right. So this is the initial prompt I gave. Create a responsive portfolio website for an assistant professor using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, include sections and all. Okay. Then it created. It has identified 4 tasks. One is HTML file. It has done the HTML file, creation of the HTML file. After that, building a responsive CSS style file. After that, JavaScript, relevant JavaScript. And then it has verified whether the task completed or not. Immediately, it gives us options. Once these files are created, it gives us options whether you want to accept the files or not. Once you accept, those files will be saved in that folder. What are the folder you have given in the while opening the file, right? So you can go back there. How do you open a HTML file? How do you open? Browser, right? Yes. So this is my these are the files created. These are the files created. If I click this HTML file, index.html, this shows you preview. Okay. Then you see here. Then you look at this web page, see what you want to modify. Okay, and then come back to here and give another prompt. Now the second prompt I gave is this: change name of the faculty to, and so on, right? Then after it took this input and started analyzing and made changes. It will show on the right side, on the left side, it will also show you what are the changes to the previous version and current version also. Once you look at those changes and approve, you can accept the changes. And then go back there and preview that website again. Refresh that website, index.html file. We refresh these changes, we will see. So next I uploaded the profile picture. So what it's saying, I see you want to see your uploaded profile picture, let me save it to the project folder and update the HTML file to reference it. So it actually saved this file to that folder, then automatically updated the index.html file. I close to give 10 to 15 prompts. I didn't see any such issue. So is it because of all of us attacking the tools simultaneously at one go, or I don't know. Let's wait for some time. Actual tool is very easy to use. Give your prompt, incremental prompt, see the changes, review them and save it, accept all. And then see whether the changes are updated in your website or not. As simple as that. It's not paid version. I have not even started the trial also. Same like you. Okay. And the first thing is, I think we should have alternate tools. Cursor is also like that. He used Cursor. Cursor is also like that. Is there any web-based tool? Okay, okay. Yeah. Wait for 30 minutes and same thing. Let's wait for some time. How many of you able to create at least the first version? It. Okay. Too big or what? Login here. Already already. Connecting to language server. People. తీసుకోవట్లేదేంటి ముందు ఆల్రెడీ ఇచ్చిండ్రు కదా మీరు ఇది? తీసుకుంటుంది అలా ఏం లేదండి, ఇది అసలు తీసుకోవట్లేదు ఎంత ఉంటుంది, అట్లా అవుతుందా? ఏం చేద్దాం మరి, కజర్ అవుతుందా, కజరా
అది కాకుండా చాలా మంది ఆన్లైన్లో పెట్టుకోవాలనుకుంటున్నాం మా పోర్ట్ఫోలియో, మేము ఇట్లా క్రియేట్ చేసుకోవాలి.
ఆన్లైన్లో see if you want to, once your website is created, no, it also gives you option to post it in the online. Okay, you can even put it in GitHub also. You can, the entire HTML index files, no, you can put them in your GitHub account. That will be your website. Alternatively, it gives you free option to upload some open source servers. Then you can access those your website through that servers. Okay. Deepak, ఒకసారి కర్సర్ ఇది యూఎస్ కోడ్లో కూడా చేయొచ్చు అనమాట కదా.
అంటే వస్తుంది సార్, లైక్ మనకి
Yes. Now you let them complete. Let them complete. Yeah. Accept all. You click on the accept all. Yeah, it's doing one more thing. It has done index file, CSS. Now just testing and verifying. Okay. Now okay, run it. Click on the run. No problem. Allow access. Allow access. No problem. Yeah. System browser. So this is the profile is built. Okay. Now he is able to see the initial profile. Okay. Now what you can do is you can see what are the sections you want to change. Accordingly, give the prompt. Click here, click here, right? Yes, like that. Yes. So what you want there? You want to change, right? So have you done PhD?
No, sir.
No, okay. You have what? See, you say that my education qualification are this only. Then can you modify the about me section? Like that you do. Right? Type here. My education qualifications. You give your education qualifications. Yeah. You have done, right? So this is done, right? Now what you do is you come back to here. Where is that folder you have given? Desktop. Desktop. Then it is the index file, right? So this is the website given built by it. Now you see here what information you want to change. So suppose your name is wrong right here, it's not given correctly. You say that my name is this, can you modify the site?
Automatically it is updated.
It updated. Once you accept it now, and then refresh it. Okay. Automatically it will, you will see. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't know what it. Yeah, you have to wait. We have to wait for something. For them it is enabled now. Wait for 5 minutes. Yeah. Yes. Accept all. Right. What you do is you go back to that folder where you have given browser open chain browser lo browser and sorry folder open the folder. మీరు ఇంతకు ముందు ఇచ్చారు కదా ఫోల్డర్ నేము ఇండెక్స్ ఇది క్లిక్ చేయండి డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేయండి ఎస్ మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ ఎడ్జా ఏదో ఒకటి ఏదో మీ ఇష్టం ఇంకో మీద ఉంది ఇది వెబ్సైట్ చేసింది ఏం రావట్లేదు అంటే ఇందులో ఏం ఇచ్చారు మీరు సరే ఇంకా కంప్లీట్ అవ్వలేదు అనుకుంటా అది కంప్లీట్ అవ్వలేదు దాంట్లోకి వెళ్ళి ఇక్కడ మీరు ఈ టూల్ విండ్సర్ఫ్కి వెళ్ళి ఓకే వచ్చింది పోతుందండి పోర్ట్ఫోలియో వస్తుంది కానీ వెళ్ళిపోతుంది అంటే ఇది కంప్లీట్ అవ్వలేదు సిఎస్ఎస్ ఫైలు అది జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ ఫైల్స్ అవి కంప్లీట్ అవ్వలేదు సో అన్నీ యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసిండ్రా మీరు ఇక్కడ ఇవ్వండి అగైన్ ఐఎమ్ నాట్ ఏబుల్ టు సీ ద వెబ్సైట్ ప్రాపర్లీ కెన్ యూ రీవర్క్ అని ఇవ్వండి యా మీరు చేశారా
పర్మిషన్
అది ఓకే నో ప్రాబ్లం అది ఇచ్చేయండి ఫోల్డర్ ఇచ్చారా ఫోల్డర్ చాలా మందికి ఓపెన్ అయింది ఏ ఫోల్డర్ ఎక్కడ పెట్టారు మీరు అది డెస్క్టాప్ మీద
సరే సరే ఇప్పుడు క్రియేట్
ఇక్కడ చేద్దాం చెప్పండి పేరేంటి నరేనా
నరేంద్ర ఆల్రెడీ
ఓకే కంట్రోల్ ఎల్ ఇక్కడ టైప్ చేయండి ఓకే సేవ్ చేశారు కదా ఇంకా తీసుకోవట్లేదు లాగిన్ అయ్యారు ఆల్రెడీ మీరు
Project makes changes across entire process.
ఇది ఆల్రెడీ మనం చేసాం కదా, ఆల్రెడీ న్యూ ఫోల్డర్ చేసాము. పోయింది, ఇప్పుడు వచ్చిందండి, మళ్ళీ వచ్చిపోతుంది చూసారా. తీసుకోవట్లేదు టూలు, అలా కొంచెం వెయిట్ చేయండి, లేకపోతే కొంచెం వెయిట్ ఇది చూద్దాం. ఇది యాక్చువల్లీ వెరీ ఈజీ ప్రాసెస్, ఇస్ వెరీ ఈజీ. నాకు తీసుకుందాం, ఇట్స్ నో టేకింగ్. సో వన్స్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్ ద ప్రాసెస్ నా, anyone able to do? Accept all, yes, accept all చేయండి, మళ్ళీ accept all క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఇండెక్స్ 4 జాబ్స్ ఉంటాయి. 4 జాబ్స్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత మీరు ఇప్పుడు ఫోల్డర్ ఇచ్చారు కదండి, ఆ ఫోల్డర్ ఓపెన్ చేయండి. ఫోల్డర్ ఆ ఫోల్డర్ ఏ ఫోల్డర్ ఇచ్చారు మీరు ఇక్కడ, ఇండెక్స్, అది క్లిక్ చేయండి. అది index.html ఓపెన్ చేయండి. అది నోట్వేర్ కదా, ఓపెన్, డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేసేయండి, బ్రౌజర్లో ఓపెన్ అయిపోతుంది. మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ ఎడ్జ్ కానీ ఏదో క్రోమ్ అయినా ఏదైనా ఇవ్వండి. ఇది వెబ్సైట్ క్రియేట్ చేసింది ఆల్రెడీ. పెద్ద చేయండి. ఇప్పుడు అక్కడ ఏదైనా మీకు మాడిఫై చేసుకోవాలనుకోండి, ఏదైనా సెక్షన్, ఆ సెక్షన్ మాడిఫై చేసి కెన్ యూ మాడిఫై, ఆ డీటెయిల్స్ ఇవ్వండి. కెన్ యూ మాడిఫై ది సెక్షన్ విత్ సో అండ్ సో డీటెయిల్స్, ఫాలోయింగ్ డీటెయిల్స్. అదంటేనే మళ్ళీ అది చేంజెస్ చేసి యాక్సెప్ట్ అంటుంది. యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడ రిఫ్రెష్ చేసుకుంటే మీకు వచ్చి అప్డేట్ అయిపోతుంది. చూడండి ఒకసారి. ఆర్ యూ ఏబుల్ టు డూ? ఓకే ఓకే, complete, you got the complete profile, no, see what is it gives you template, no, see what are the data is relevant to you or not. Something is not relevant to you, you have to modify, give a prompt and it will modify. One website is giving, no, after no, that is issue is coming, but actually it is resolved. Slowly it is resolved for everyone, right? Yeah. సో ఒక్కొక్క సెక్షన్, వన్ సెక్షన్ చూడండి, అది మీ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ మీకు రిలేటెడ్ ఉంటే ఓకే, లేదనుకోండి కెన్ యూ మాడిఫై దిస్ సెక్షన్ విత్ దిస్ డీటెయిల్స్ అని ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇవ్వండి, ఇట్ విల్ మాడిఫై. అక్కడ చేసిన తర్వాత యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసి మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడ రిఫ్రెష్ చేయండి. మళ్ళీ లిమిట్ అయిపోయిందా? ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్లీ సారీ, ఐ డెంట్ ఫోర్సీ దిస్. Yeah, you are able to build same issue, huh? Okay. Yeah. ఫోల్డర్ ఓపెన్ చేయండి. అసలు అంటే ఒక వర్షన్ కూడా రాలేదా మీకు? సో ఓపెన్ ద ఫోల్డర్ అగైన్. ChatGPT, okay, fine. But the thing is, ChatGPT is not suitable for this. No, he has done it, na? So you have done it using Windsurf only? Yeah. Manually, okay. Names. Okay. Once you have a section, no, if you want to modify the section, you can give the feed again. ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి క్లోజ్ కాదు, మళ్ళీ వేరే ఫోల్డర్ ఓపెన్ చేసుకోండి. ఓపెన్ ఫోల్డర్ వేయండి. ఇక్కడ మీరు ఒకటి గో టు డెస్క్టాప్, గివ్ యువర్ నేమ్, వన్ ఫోల్డర్, సెలెక్ట్, yes, Control L. Now you can type something, Control A చేసి డిలీట్ చేయండి. ఏదైనా టైప్ చేయండి ప్రాంప్ట్. ఎస్ అది తీసుకోవట్లేదు అది లేదండి ఒకసారి వేరే ఇది ట్రై చేద్దాం. I know it's taken. Actually, once if we have, even if someone purchases the product, it will be easy. What happens is you are given a prompt, right? It shows you all the code. Then wait for some time. So it has done HTML. It's working on the HTML. No, it will show here. Free version, it is actually limiting, but yesterday whole day I worked on it. I didn't see here. You accept it. You say accept it. Accept all. Accept all. Now it will work on the CSS file. Run చేయండి. It takes time. లేదు ఇక్కడ accept all అవుతుంది వేరేది కదా. You are able to solve it? Yes. Now you, yeah, excellent. He has created matrimonial website. Huh? Same thing also. Yeah, right. Accept all చేయండి. Accept all. Now you go back to that folder. You open. ఇదేనా ఏది డెస్క్టాప్లో ఎక్కడ పెట్టారు కదా అందులో ఇండెక్స్ ఫైల్ ఓపెన్ చేయండి. క్లిక్ చేయండి, డబుల్ క్లిక్. అది ఇదండి ఇలా క్రియేట్ అయింది. దెన్ ఇప్పుడు నేమ్ చేంజ్ చేసుకో. యువర్ డీటెయిల్స్ యూ కెన్ చేంజ్. గివ్ ఎ ప్రాంప్ట్ టు దట్ అగైన్. కెన్ యూ చేంజ్ ద నేమ్ టు అండ్ అలాగా. అదే కొంచెం అయిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ వచ్చేస్తుంది అనమాట. ఎస్టర్డే ఇలా రాలేదండి. నేను ఓల్డ్ డే ఆల్మోస్ట్ 10-15 మేబీ అంటే ఐపీ అడ్రస్ని బట్టి తీసుకుంటుంది ఏమో తెలియదు. ఐపీ అడ్రస్ నుంచి సేమ్ ఐపీ అడ్రస్ నుంచి వస్తుంది కదా అని దాని వల్ల చేస్తుంది. దట్ ఈస్ రీజన్. yes. అవుతుందా? ఓకే. ఓకే. That they may be tracking through IP address. Okay. You can take free trial. Actually, it will give you wonderful website. There is one more website also, Cursor also you can use. That is the problem. Easy, very easy and user friendly. Only you can even write C programs also. Any coding. Yeah, right. Maybe in the afternoon, you're going home, you try this tool, you may get access, free access. Yeah, you need to create sign in. Cursor also very, I mean, very similar to this tool. So cursor. Yes. Just now I gave a prompt, it's working on. Not like that. Here it has completed HTML. Now it's building CSS file. Cursor, okay. The next session lo man cursor vaadam aithe better. Yes, cursor is running, actually it is working. We should have used cursor. No. Your login, it will be there, no? It's there in your login, right? Otherwise, you can even send email also. That folder content, zip cheskoni pampichu. So this is a portfolio created by, just now I used a cursor. So let me summarize the session. So some of you are able to at least create the first version of the portfolio, right? So actually the tool is very easy to use. Windsurf, Cursor, both are similar user interface. You log in and then you create a project and then you can give your prompt. Immediately you will get a first version of the website. Look at the website portfolio and what you want to change further. Give another prompt. Like that, sequences of prompts, maybe 5 to 10 prompts, you can build your portfolio entirely relevant to you. So first option is you can put it in your GitHub link. This HTML, CSS, JavaScript files are there, no? These entire files you can put it in your GitHub. That will be your website link. That is first option. Second option is there may be free website hosting tools. You can host it there also. Any questions? Extremely sorry for the disturbance. Next session for batch B we will use the Cursor because it's more. Yes, yes. What I observed is, I think I worked in my office in the yesterday entire day. I didn't see any issue. Maybe all of us working together, no? It is matching the maybe IP address and then yeah, limiting the access. Yeah, if you are interested, you can purchase. Payroll. It should okay. No, even if you purchase, it will be for one person only, na. You cannot purchase for 30, 40 accounts. Yeah. No. See, if you are using single person from your own account, no, it will give you 10 to 20 prompts, no problem per day. You can manage. But all of us working together, it is created this problem. Okay. Yes. Cursor is working, right? Yeah. Yes. Cursor install చేసుకున్నారా? ఓపెన్ చేయండి, కజర్ ఓపెన్ చేయండి. 3:30 బ్రేక్ కదా? యా. సైన్ అప్ చేసుకో. యా, లాంచ్ చేయండి. వచ్చింది ఆల్రెడీ వచ్చింది. యా.
ఆల్రెడీ సైన్ అప్ జరుగుతున్నాయి.
యా. ఓపెన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ లేదంటే న్యూ ప్రాజెక్ట్. ఇక్కడ ఏదన్నా డెస్క్టాప్ మీద ఏం ప్రాబ్లం పెట్టండి. ఇదేనా? వదిలేండి ఇంకోటి ఏదైనా ఇద్దాం. ఓకే, అయిపోయింది. ఇక్కడ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇవ్వండి. ఇప్పుడు ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇవ్వండి. డిజైన్ ఏ పోర్ట్ఫోలియో, portfolio website. For faculty using CSS JavaScript and HTML CSS JavaScript. Yeah. Run. ఇప్పుడు HTML చేస్తుంది అది. దీని తర్వాత CSS చేస్తుంది, తర్వాత జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ చేస్తుంది. అన్నీ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత మీరు ఆ ఫోల్డర్లో ఉంది కదా, ఆ ఫోల్డర్లో index.html ఫిల్ చేస్తే మీకు వస్తుంది. ఓకే, 1.5 hour. Yeah, థ్యాంక్ యూ. For the next batch, you will use Kazar so that you don't end up in this problem.